Niels with the ability to run so many balls down, as we've talked about. Smart play there, trying to go wide and catch Vink. Off balance. David's going to need to mix it up on his serve, obviously.
There's that low slice you mentioned.
Yep.
Hit it low. When they bring it up, put it away.
Yep. Nobody does it better. David's certainly disappointed with kind of the mishit overhead there, giving Niels a chance. Just kind of does everything right here.
He had the chance. He didn't do enough with it, did he?
Could have done a little bit more with that ball to get it a little wider, but right here, yeah, that's a ball that David typically puts away, and slightly missed opportunity there, but it's 30 all. Not going to pay the price too much yet. We'll see how it unfolds. That's how you back up a mistake right there, huh?
Well, he's gotten 2 aces up the tee today already. He's almost going to have to serve well, because on the second serve, Vink's going to try and move him right out of the blocks.
A little over anxious there, and it's Wagner with another hold. Everybody on serve. 3 games into the opening match of the NEC Singles Masters Quad Final. It is David Wagner up 2-1 on the first changeover. Things just kind of settling in. Everybody just kind of settling in, trying to find their range.
Well, some good serving by Wagner.
Really good.
Start out.
Yep. So I think he should be pleased with the way he's come out the gate here. Look at those rascal rabbits ready to go out here today. Got a good crew of ball kids that'll be rotating through on our matches. Right now, just having some fun in the stands. Waiting for their opportunity, waiting for their chance to get out there and ball. Glorious day at the. Honestly, it is the best. I mean, we've talked about the weather all week, and it's been great for the competition. I really don't think we could have asked for more. It's oftentimes tough to expect great weather throughout the entire week of a competition. We're a little bit over a week in this competition, but it's been great every day, and today is the most beautiful day we've had.
No breeze at all.
Not a bit. And temperature it's warm but not hot, and yeah. For everybody who's traveling back to their homes today, I'm sure they're going to be missing weather like this if they're not going back to such a place as Central Florida. Niels Vink now looking to hold and keep this thing evened up. Nice job by Niels to force David to commit, hit the open court.
Well, Niels had that mid-court shot. David kind of had to take a little guess and got the ball hit behind him.
You know, we talk about his speed. I mean, that's just an example of him able to get around that. If it's the forehand that he wants to hit, for example, it's the speed that allows him to get into position to do it. David guesses right, but there's the speed. But Niels not up to the task on the volley.
That's a nice counter punch. Kept it nice and low. Niels will come in. He's not afraid of the net.
No, he showed some good net play yesterday in the doubles. So, yeah, kind of a complete all-court player. Really got a lot of skills for a young fella. Not just a slugger, not just a mover. Shows some real just tennis prowess. There's the ability to get on the wheels and get to a ball. I think that's one of the things that's going to be a problem for David, is how quickly Niels gets to a ball. You know, again, how he utilizes his speed. It's one thing to have the speed, but how you utilize it. So his flying in to get balls early and take away David's recovery time. Few players that are able to rush David as much as Niels will probably be able to do today. David, kind of a master at buying time when necessary, but Niels is looking to be a counter master at taking away the time.
That's an old rule in tennis. If you can get to it like there's no tomorrow, you have a lot of opportunities on the stroke.
That's for sure, right?
But if you get there late, not good.
Late, not great. Niels on the attack. And showing off the all-court game. Again.
He cut it nice, and it tailed right away from David. Look at that.
Look at that ball just continue to run, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, really fine play, kind of taking a page out of Wagner's book and getting forward in the court, showing he's capable. Point away from 2-all. Vink getting a little bit rushed there.
I think he thought it was going to be a shorter volley, and he got caught moving into it too quick.
Our first deuce game. Vink showing great depth there on that slice backhand.
Very good.
Forcing Wagner into the air. Great job by David Wagner there. Gets it to deuce here, kind of setting up like a critical game here.
Oh, yeah. He kept it low and slid it right up the line. Look at that.
Beautifully executed.
Very good job.
Big forehand on the cross court. Running it through the sideline. No chance for Wagner on that one.
He swivels the chair fast. He really gets himself moving.
Yeah, his belting system, again, being a double amp. So as he belts in there, as his hips, although he's got usage of his hips, as those hips move, that chair responds. Of course, not a lot of drag or any extra weight down below. And so that chair just absolutely whips around, allows him to create a lot of torque with the chair. And it's a great hold, big time hold by Vink to get it to 2-all.
Now, what injury does he have upper body?
Niels?
Yeah.
Well, it's tough to see, but Niels has portions of his fingertips that are missing, so he doesn't have a fully developed hand. I think it's on both hands. Great shot of player development general manager Martin Blackman. He is the gentleman that's responsible for all that activity we've talked about that goes on over in player development, from top to bottom. He's the boss. He's the man.
He's the head honcho.
Yep,
He's
really
very impressed by this play. Well, the wheelchair players, they train right over there in PD.
Yep. So it's the first year that wheelchair tennis has been brought in under the umbrella of player development within the USTA. Kind of a significant and historic event here for us. Jason Harnet's full-time over there and as the head coach and national manager of wheelchair tennis. That's where he's officed every day over in the player development building. Falls in under the chain of command of guys like Martin Blackman.
And Paul Lubbers.
Yep, Dr. Paul Lubbers, great supporter as well. David with the missed overhead backhand. Neil's smart to get to that location instead of the forehand on David. And just like that, it's 3 quick break opportunities for Vink. Take the lead here, get the first break of the set. With the error, it's a break at love. David a little frustrated there. Vink probably a little bit pumped up and motivated to go to the changeover up 3-2. Opening set quad, NEC Singles Masters Final.
Niels has a style of play that I'm sure Wagner does not like to face. When a guy can move that well and stroke his passing shots that well.
Deadly combination.
Oh, deadly.
Yeah, I mean, it is what the game is all about, right? And you know, the young fella from the Netherlands there. Again, we've just talked so much about it over the course of the week here. He's really developed well beyond his years. #1 junior in the world right now, and in the boys, and now really slugging it out in the big time.
He had a goal just to get to the Paralympics, to qualify. I don't think he has to worry about that.
No. He's all, yeah, his ticket's punched. Yeah, unless something really bizarre happens. No, he's in, and he will be I think he will be an absolute factor to medal there in Tokyo. I mean, based on what we're seeing, his emergence in the division, his performance up till now, I would say he is 100% on track. 2019 was kind of his coming out party. 2020 could be his arrival full on. Vink to serve, try to consolidate that break and get a little separation here early from David Wagner. Wagner is not gonna go away quietly, that's for sure.
No. You see on that toss, when you lift that arm up all the way and then release the ball, it doesn't have to be that far from the end of your fingertips, and that makes it for a lot better control on your toss.
Evened up at 15 all, but yeah, if we get a shot of Niels up close on the hands, you'll get an idea of what it is that he has to deal with in the upper body extremities that qualifies him to be in the quad division. You can see just portions of his fingertips. Oh. Big time serve there. Ken showing off the full arsenal of weapons.
You're going to get your most aces up the middle and 3/4 of the way up the single sideline, just like that last serve.
It's a great shot. You can see. David comes back with a...
That's David's best move.
Classic 1-2 punch, pull him out. That's how you do it. Depth, location, finish.
He's got to keep hoping he's going to get those shoulder high volleys.
Yeah, when he gets them, he don't miss them. He don't miss them much. Vink trying to go to the tee this time after the ace out wide on the last deuce, on the last point on the deuce side. Wagner with the big forehand right there.
Nice shot.
Catching Niels a little flat-footed, so to speak, or kind of sitting on the wheels.
Usually the ball coming from the middle is not going to have that kind of an angle, but he put it right in the corner. And
now it's Wagner with the chance to break right back. We had 4 straight holds. We had a break. We could go into, saw the same thing yesterday. Players coming out holding serve, and then we got into a series of breaks. And that's a shot that Niels just can't afford to miss today. But Wagner happy that he did. And it's 3-all. This is where we saw the separation yesterday from the second set in particular in the match between David Wagner and Andy Lapthorne. Things were kind of on par, back and forth, and then Lapthorne just kind of lost control of some emotions, and Wagner took advantage of it. We'll see how well the young fella keeps his composure down the stretch here.
Nice shot. Nice shot. I think Niels was a little upset on that passing shot because I think he gave him too much respect and tried to cut it too thin.
Yeah.
He had a lot of openings right there.
Line, cross, just head down and rip to a target and forget about trying to be that good, right?
That's right.
Yeah. It's Wagner who was that good on the first point there with the volley. Backs it up with a nice first serve, but a little disappointed there, but just to force it to 15-all, not too disturbed. David stringing some ground strokes back to back there, running the young Dutch man around.
He's moving him.
He sure is.
Now after this serve, he's got to be ready because Niels likes to return deep down the middle, and you got to get ready to move that chair out of the way.
It's the easy return of serve error now, and it's Wagner back on top 40-15 with a chance to hold and get back on top in this set. Possibly to flip the scoreboard and come around 4-3 up on the changeover. 3-2 down last time on the changeover. Yep, it's going to be Niels. It's going to be in trouble here if he can't get those return of serves away from David early in the point. David knows exactly what to do with those balls, how to get things going, how to start points and finish. Be up to Vink to start moving the American around a little bit more.
Using the cross court well.
Yeah, great hold by David Wagner right there to get it to 4-3, take the last 2 games.
It's 82.5 feet cross court, 78 feet down the line, so it's always going to be a little safer to drill it cross court. You're going to get extra footage going that way, and you'll get your opponent on the run.
Shot of the Dutch contingent there. Coach Hans-Jürgen Streeck there on the left.
Your accents are getting good.
Yeah, I could be way off on all that. But I'll throw it out there anyway. Standing up there, stretching, a little bit concerned. His player down. A break. Another shot of John DeVores, USTA national coach. Oh, Dave Ramos there on the left in the red. That's the gentleman we talked about who's the head of analytics here for the USTA player development. He's the one that gathers all the data, breaks it down. We kind of listened to Bjorn talk a little bit about it the other day. You want to see 50 points, Federer serving 50 points on the ad side. Second serves, Dave's your guy. And,
one of the sharpest guys in the world on this.
He loves his analytics. Eyes light up when you start getting into that world and talk to him about that stuff. Wagner with the pass. Looking to like he's gonna, honestly, he's in control of this set right now, and I think David's feeling very comfortable.
Here's a running backhand pass. Look at that.
Looks very comfortable, very much under control, not fazed by anything the young Dutchman's doing. I think it's the young fella who's a little bit nervous, but answers the call there with a great pass down the line. It's a little applause from his coach, keeping it together.
David made him hit a good shot.
Absolutely, yeah. And then just keep doing that as we get deeper into this set. I think the pressure will continue to mount, obviously. It's the freebies like that that are going to frustrate the young fella and continue to bolster David's confidence.
It's always nice to get a freebie.
Oh, and these, especially as you get later into the set here, and things become more critical and crucial. Now the air is beginning to come a little bit more rapidly here. Maybe Neil's pressing just a little bit, maybe just getting a little amped up, maybe getting a little frustrated, all of these things.
A little bit. Now David's hitting some little bit better returns in the last few games.
And he senses that this is his chance to make a move here in this set. You can kind of tell. David, again, got to give credit to him and his veteran status. And there it is. Separation created. 5-3 Wagner to serve for the opening set.
David might have been bored at night, but not last night, huh?
He looks pretty sharp. He looks really sharp today. He's come out and put the young fellow under some, now, I think, big time pressure. We'll see how Niels answers. Nice play behind. Just really, again, showing all the veteran wizardry there. Just smart, calm, no press, no overhit.
He held it extra long, didn't he? Beautiful shot.
Too good there. Fist pump from Niels, trying to get himself pumped back up and back into this set. Wagner really wanting to close it out here. I don't think he wants to let Niels get any momentum at all reestablished. I think he would love to close it out right here in this game.
Nice shot.
Yeah, Niels able to string things together. Might have gotten away with one there on the 1 forehand. He went with power over placement. Wagner got a good look at it, but Niels' speed.
Now watch, David tried to rush in to disrupt him. He knew he didn't have a great shot, but
yep, he makes any mistake there and misses his target. David's there to pop it into an open court. It's the right play.
Nothing he could do on that.
That's the big heavy ball, and you really see Vink getting pumped up now, really trying to get himself over the top here in this game, give himself a chance to stay alive in this set, maybe serve to get it to 5-all. Work yet to be done, but on his way to a break here with 2 points. David erases one of them quickly. Settles down all that momentum that Vink had established there. Still got a break point chance for Vink, though. David needs a good serve here. And produces it. Up to the task. Back to deuce. Here it is, just like that.
Depth.
It's a set
nice,
point.
Deep shot.
Set point for Wagner.
Put that shot about 3 inches from the line. That helps.
Just like that, from seemingly having grasped the momentum in a possible break. It's Vink with the pressure.
Add in.
Big time on his shoulders. And there it is. First set to David Wagner. 6 games to 3. Off to the quick and decisive start that I'm sure he was hoping for today. Make the young man think. Make the young man play. Clean set by David Wagner right there.
I like to get the first one under my belt. Now, I don't think Vink's going to be afraid to switch up his game style if he needs to, that's for sure. He's done it all week, hasn't he? There's John DeVores.
Always good to get one in the books. Get one under the belt, as you said. Yep.
John's thinking my coaching was right on.
Spot on there, Coach. Yep. Well, it's a team. It's a team. It's a tandem, right? Coach and player in harmony there, getting things right. Coach providing some insight and thoughts. Player buying into the game plan. 2 coming to terms on. And then up to the player to execute. Once they leave their warm-up court and spend their last minutes together, it's all on the player.
That's right.
And
we don't lose any matches up here, do we?
Haven't lost one all week. Undefeated in singles and doubles. David Wagner, a set away from his 11th NEC Singles Masters titles. Just crazy to say that. But again, it's just a statement on how long and how great he's been in the sport over the years.
After coming back from his injuries, this would be probably one of his favorite titles.
I think he would be incredibly proud of this accomplishment for the year end to continue to.
I'm not doubting the youngster yet, though.
No. We got a lot of tennis yet to be played. But I think had Vink come out and gotten that first set, I think his energy would have been big, and he would have been swinging free and easy and moving and pushing. You almost see him kind of slowed down right now and not committed to his game. David coming in, picking that apart.
It was hard to read. He held that extra long. Great shot. Niels hits with a lot more topspin than David.
Yeah, that's the ability to adjust some grips. David, we've talked a number of times with him taping locked into a grip that allows him to get access to all the strokes, but maybe not maximize what he'd like to do. Certainly he would love to be able to get more spin, but that would put him in jeopardy. Say he creates more spin on the forehand, and that puts him in jeopardy what he's able to do on the backhand. Not able to drive that backhand as much as he likes to if he goes with the set up to drive the backhand or do more things there. He jeopardizes the forehand or the serve. So it's all just finding that happy medium, which he's obviously done, because he's able to certainly do an amazing amount of things with one grip. Easy air there. Good deep ball, though. Once again, Wagner showing that doesn't have to be into a corner every time.
He can slice it. He kept a little slice on that.
Yeah, he
didn't come up.
Still part of the game plan.
Shot, David.
Just might have some speed, but not enough there when Wagner produces into the corner and deep.
Excellent aggression right here. He forced him.
There's a floater from Niels. Just not enough speed from start to finish. Wagner with the first game of the second set, continuing to hold the momentum.
He's feeling good. He's done everything right so far.
Whoa. Wagner continuing to keep the pressure on with a narrow miss there. Giving it a good long stare and look. I think it was. I got a good look at it from my vantage point.
Looked out by a couple inches
just
to
out.
me.
Honestly, I really think we're getting into critical territory. It's earlier in the second, but if David will certainly know how to continue to keep the pressure on, and it will be Vink, I think, who, if he struggles here early, could really let things get out of hand. See how he manages it.
That's a good use of the side tee right there. He just cut that a little bit shorter.
Three chances for Vink here. Again, as I said, fairly critical to stay close to Wagner in the early going of the second, not let Wagner just strangle him out. Big game to get it to 1-all. Vink pressing the action there. Great volley there from down low. Did enough with it. Did enough with it. Tough shot, but great break there to get it to 1-all. Update.
At love 40, that's a good time to come in. Take a chance.
Why not, right?
Show him something different.
You agreed. Press the action. Update on court 2 in the quad match for third, fourth place. It's the other Dutchman, Sam Schroeder, another young Dutch quad player. 6-3 over Andy Lapthorne in the first set. So both of these matches 6-3. In this match here, David Wagner, first set victor 6-3. And over on court 2, it's Sam Schroeder 6-3. A lot of promising days ahead for the Dutch quad team with those two young men at the helm.
They got strong men and women, don't they?
Yep. Great program there. Course, but two young quad players there. I think it's Sam currently 5 and Niels currently 6 in the world. I'm sure if Niels could win this event, he would vault from 6 maybe up to as high as 4 in the rankings. Still going to get a boost. Wasn't at this event last year. Here he is in the final, so he's certainly going to get a big point bump. Don't know how much that'll affect him climbing up the rankings, but something he'll gladly put in his pocket, win or lose here today.
David's circling around to get himself ready on this return.
And gets the freebie. Now it's Wagner with a chance to break. A couple of early points here. Off to a good start. But It's obvious to me that Wagner just fully, obviously, knows his game, right? 100% fully understands what he wants to do, how he wants to execute. I almost get the sense that Vink still kind of trying to figure out how he wants to handle Wagner here today. Not fully committed to any specific game plan that I can see.
Nice shot.
Now that's a game plan there, and I don't know if that's something we'll see Vink try to employ a little bit more often. Staying back, just willing to just ground stroke, staying on the wheels, using his momentum chair skills, hitting that. Yep, good finish there, but that was a long rally, one of the longer ones we've seen. Obviously, David doesn't like to engage in those. Tough to keep Wagner off the attack, right?
That's right.
Forces the play into more abbreviated points. Left the cross court open there. Left the cross court open.
David knows his style of play, and he's not going to change it unless he has to.
No.
But he knows when he plays Vink, he's going to have to hit just a little crisper shots and really be thinking about, am I hitting the open court or a little bit behind the speedster?
Right now he's got the mix. He's got it all going. You could see Vink trying to establish another long rally point there. So to me it looks like that is the strategy he's potentially looking to employ.
It's a good low cut shot.
Wagner still with a break point. I don't know if he's talking about.
It didn't look like he was getting rushed at all.
Well, that's what I think. I think he feels like Niels is hustling through or rushing the serve, not giving David enough time to recover. In between serves, perhaps. There's a great backhand by Vink.
Remember, there's a fine line between anger and danger. You don't want to let things bother you when you're in a match, especially when you got the match slightly in hand. You've won the first set.
Certainly the intensity is up right now in a couple of different realms. Tennis obscenity warning violation to Mr. Wagner.
Wow.
So next one will cost him a point. Anything beyond this will cost him a point. Vink now with the momentum. David kind of pumped up, fired up, just gonna use that, I think use that anger and try to really channel it.
Your opponent sees it when you get mad. I mean, they're a good detective. They're going to pick that up. That can spur them on a little bit.
Ah, too good there.
That was
Wagner with the lob.
Beautiful offensive lob.
Great get by Wagner and puts a little extra something on that forehand. Keeps the advantage, 2-1.
Well, maybe David will calm down a little bit right here. He's lucky enough to get that game.
Well, I will say this, knowing David for a lot of years and having seen him play in so many matches over the years, that he's capable of actually playing better when he's angry. I mean, I honestly don't think there's many players that can do that, but he's one of them.
Maybe we'll get a shot of David's doubles partner, Nick Taylor, sitting at courtside watching the match. Down there in the turquoise on the left side. I think Wagner didn't think he was getting set with enough time on the return of serve. Is that right, Paul?
Yeah, I think so. I think a lot of times when a player misses a first serve, because players are pushing in and creating momentum, once that serve is out or missed, then they have a recovery time. It's almost like a point where they're recovering and they have to get back to their starting position again. And I think David sensed that Niels was rushing him and not giving him enough time to get back. And you play at the pace of the server, but the server needs to be respectful of the returner being allowed to get back into position. So that's probably what that was about.
So maybe you have to go at the pace of the returner a little bit.
A little, to a certain extent. I mean, yeah, I mean, you have to be courteous enough and respectful enough to allow, because it's common practice for the returners to have to cycle back to their beginning point again and begin their kind of approach once again. So I think that is likely what that whole discussion was about, and David feeling that the umpire wasn't in charge of keeping Vink from serving before that Wagner was ready. So we'll see if that continues to play out here, but David certainly delivered the message, that's for sure. Missed by Vink there. David looks to be back under control, just kind of vented. Probably might have had a very legitimate argument there. We'll certainly look for that on the next Vink service game, but right now it's Wagner looking to hold and stretch this thing out again. I still sense that he's in complete command of this match with a setup, 2-1 up, and again, knowing what he wants to do, and Vink still struggling to find his game. I almost feel like 3-1 would be a fairly massive lead here, to be honest with you. I mean, because Wagner's been spot on with most of what he needs to do on a daily basis to be successful. Serve well, return well. He's doing both of those. Here's the serve +1 combo that we've seen so many times where David pushes in, takes early.
He's sharp on his placements.
Directs it into the corner, easy winner. Now Wagner with the chance to go up 3-1. You know, I think if in the next Vink service game we get a shot like this, we'll be able to see the entirety of this return to server push up and then have to recover if there's a first serve miss. So maybe we'll try to go back-to-back points with that view on the Vink serve later on. Give our viewers a really good look at how a returner server pushes forward and then has to recover again.
Let's see if he serves up the middle on this. He did get one ace on a middle serve. What David's done well is actually hit pretty good second serves.
Yeah, that's critical, right? Kind of keeping them deep enough so Vink really isn't. Ball stays down a little bit too. That's just a bad miss there, and it's an easy hold for Wagner. 3-1. There's that separation piece and the fist pump to say, yep. kind of feel like he's got this thing on lockdown unless something dramatic changes. David's like, I'm not serving, fella. Just took care of my business.
I held my serve.
Get those to the other guy.
John, one of the national coaches, feeling pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, again, I think David fully in command here. Are we into the absolute must-win category for Vink right now? Must win this game?
I believe it. I believe it. He can't let this get too far away. It's a long comeback from 4-1.
I think 4-1 would feel like an absolute mountain to Vink. I think 3-2.
And David's been too sharp to give him that too good of a lead.
No indication that this is going to slow down. It's an error by Wagner there, but not going to cost him too much. I think it's going to be errors that if David strings together errors like he has just the last 2 points, that might be the only thing that saves Vink. I don't think Vink is currently capable of stringing enough points together by himself. He's going to need to rely on David helping him a little bit along the way here. See how many more freebies David. There's a good shot of David needing to recover now. Taking his time back to his opponent. Now once he comes back and faces up, that signals he's ready. Wagner back on track there with the great return and the great overhead to the corner and line.
Cutting it close there.
A little bit, but yeah, when you're on.
But the first shot's what set him up. He got him way off court.
Good serve there by Vink to tie Wagner up a little bit. Give himself at least 1 point here to hold. Keep this thing in check, not let it get away from him. Again, pretty critical moment. David tries to cut that a little too close, and Vink gets the hold he desperately needs. Huge hold for the young Dutchman. Still Wagner in control of the set with 1 set to love up. 3-2, serving to continue to extend his lead here. Opening match of the NEC singles finals day. Quad singles on center court. Shot of Nick Taylor there. Chatting with Lauren Bowen, the executive director of USTA Florida, having a little chat about tennis or life in general.
She loves tennis. She likes to grow the game.
Great proponent of the sport of tennis here. For those who are not aware about how the USTA structure is, you've got the USTA, which is this national governing body, and then broken down into sections across the country. And of course, we have a big country, so we've got a lot of sections, and Florida is its own section. A lot of tennis, of course, played in the state of Florida because of our weather, and there are other sections that have a grouping of states, say the southern section that has a number of states banded together to make up one section, and that's just a little.
We're lucky to have their office right over here.
Yeah, right next door.
They come over here for lunch, and they come over to all the activities, and
makes sense.
Good collaboration with Florida sectional office.
All right. David Wagner now to serve. Chance to push this lead, 1 game lead, to 2 again. Had the 3-1 lead. He'd like to keep that 2 game lead. really force Vink to step up. Niels trying to quietly pump himself up. Probably needs to string together a couple good points here to really get himself to buy in and believe. And there's one. Started with a good deep return and finished nicely with the clean forehand winner.
Safe shot.
Definitely needs to string a couple of those together. Can't just piecemeal it.
Hit it a yard inside, nice and safe.
It's Vink who gets another forehand. And that's the...
You don't want to rush a machine gun with a rubber knife. I mean, that was not strong enough shot to come in behind. Look at this. Yeah.
Just out of reach there. And quickly it's Vink out to a 2-point lead here in this Wagner service game.
Nice try.
And it's 3 break points quickly for the Dutchman here. All of a sudden, when it looked just like Wagner was going to maybe really separate and get to 4-1, in an instant we could be 3 games all. We've talked a lot over the course of the week about how many 40-love leads have dissipated. There's an incredible ace there by David Wagner up the tee. But how many 40-love leads have dissipated over the course of the week? I'm just amazed at. We'll see if this is another one or if Vink can close it out. Looks like he is closing it out. It's another forehand, though. Got a good look at 3 forehands at least in that game, and that's something that David's going to want to correct. Not going to want to let that guy get hot on that side.
No, if he goes to that forehand, he's got to hit it where it's going to be a tough one for Niels to get to, because otherwise he has good power.
And just like that, a moment away from 4-1, and here we are 3-all. Vink with some renewed energy. Forehand winner to the open court. A big fist pump from the coach.
David's got to win a couple and cool down this momentum.
Too good there. Now we're seeing the hot streak. Now we're seeing the momentum ever so slightly start to turn in the favor of the young lad.
The young lad has a good slice up the line. I mean, I think it's...
There's Niels' coach right there, starting to get a little bit more energetic himself as he sees his player starting to string things together. A little too much there, the air.
But he's got a good topspin backhand, but I think his slice down the line's a little bit stronger.
Well, when it's short enough that he's able to push in and just kind of move through it and direct it. Yep, but when David gets that thing deep and Niels is not able to hit the topspin, that's when he kind of forces the issue a little bit and has made the errors. Nerves there, a little double fault, just like that. 30-love lead erased. Niels on a little hot streak there for a moment. Now things are settled back down. Wagner's due for a good return. Just too many places for David to have to cover. Niels is showing the ability to go inside out or go down the line with that forehand. And when it's left up there and he's got time, David's just kind of a little bit of a sitting duck and really exposed.
It's a big court.
Yep.
Tough to cover.
Vink with a chance to take his first lead of the match, go up 4-3 here. Not the full match, he's down a set, but he hasn't been in the lead at all at any one point today. Wagner has been the pace setter. Just an over-exuberant swing and miss there. A little lack of focus. David with the deep ball. Maybe Niels thinking, is this going to float long?
Maybe the ball hit the center mark.
Yeah, I think he's kind of in his mind in that moment. He's like, come on, be out, and then loses focus and just doesn't focus on the ball. Deuce point. Well, see, there's the backhand you've talked about, Mark. But he's pushing in, right?
Very tight.
And able to line it up, be behind it, smooth through it.
Nothing puffy about that one.
No, nothing fluffy, puffy, anything. Really nice. And another chance to go up 4-3 here. And there's the missy again with the depth. He gets jammed up. That's a ball he just needs to learn how to not lose the point on. Not in a position to make a winner or really do damage. Just got to stay alive there. That's something that a young player will learn over the course of time. Yeah. Left that serve short. Wagner knew exactly what to do with it there on the forehand. Got the angle.
A little bit of a miss hit. He got it out at the end of his string job, and usually that's an area of your strings that you're not going to get a lot of power from.
But now Wagner with a chance to break, having Vink having lost a couple of his opportunities. Wagner now in charge. And there it is, and there's the break. David Wagner continues to be the pace setter, stealing the momentum back after 2 games in a row to Vink. It's Wagner 4-3 serving.
Well, he got out of trouble in that game, didn't he?
Yep. Vink had a couple opportunities, didn't take advantage of it. Don't know if that's going to be a missed opportunity that he'll look back upon. And could have been a critical moment there. Again, just hasn't had the lead today to where he would have a potentially different mindset or different outlook. Chase all day.
If David serves to the forehand side, it better be a good serve, because otherwise he'll rip it. And that's what he's done lately the last few games. He's got to really pick his targets and get a lot of first serves in right here.
Yep. Well, I think he's very aware of a hold here, just getting to 5, right? And how much pressure that would throw on the young kid, right? To know that 1 game away and I'm done here today.
The young kid, you don't want to take him to 3. You've got to get this done in 2.
I agree. That's an excellent point. No way David wants to go 3 here. Niels somehow is able to find his way and get this set, and I would certainly put the advantage on his yellow jersey. And it's a free forehand miss by Vink there. Wagner got it into the body just enough to tie him up. Force the error. That's just too good, David. And he makes that look so easy. Ball's down there, just quietly, just.
That's where those soft hands come in
and pushes.
handy.
Yeah, yeah. Dirty love.
Got it in his wheelhouse. If you don't move him, he's going to whack it.
Yeah, look at that little slight chair adjustment. Just kind of wiggles the chair out of the way, clears some space to get the arm through. Still Wagner, 30-15 up here, 1 point away from possibly getting himself a couple of hold chances. Good depth there, forces the error. When David's been deep, Niels has not had the answer. And just like that, 2 cracks to get it to 5-3 and really heap a ton of pressure on the.
Where's he going to serve this one, Paul? I think wide.
No, I think he's going back to the tee.
Down the middle?
Yeah. Finding the, trying to find the Vink backhand, doesn't do it.
Didn't look like David turned and got back into that point quick enough.
I don't know if he thought that the serve was out, or you know what? I had heard an out call almost immediately on, but I think it came from the other court, and I'm not sure if maybe it seemed like it was almost instantaneous from the time David served, so it would have timed up well with him thinking it was maybe on this court. Catches the line. What a
great
big time.
serve.
Big time.
Forcing to the backhand, the old #1 serve.
Boy, I mean, but that's stepping up and hitting the spot at the big time right there in the big moment. Just too good. Just too good.
Had his arm and wrist snap going right towards that target.
David Wagner, 1 game away from his 11th NEC Singles Masters title. Incredible. Really remarkable. And there's another one of the good Wagner returns. Really starting to feel it. Just wide.
Has anyone ever won 10 titles before that you know of?
No, I mean, in the women's, I'd have to check what the numbers were for Esther Vergeer, for example, who, of course, greatest of all time. But David is pretty much alone in his accomplishment in numbers of titles. Wagner once again delivering. Vink feeling the noose come around his neck tighter and tighter as we're just literally points away here. Yeah, this would be David's 11th. Esther Vergeer only won 14 in a row. And there's a big error. 2 points away now. And that's the kind of error that just might be enough to put the stake in the young fella. Just
errors can be terrors.
Yeah, he's making errors on the
Don't
forehand.
want to miss that at that point.
David Wagner won his first NEC singles title in 2004. And with that double fault, 2 match points, 1 out of 2 gives Wagner his 11th NEC Singles Masters title. I'd say this one's all but done.
I gotta like his chances right here.
Hard to picture the young fella hanging in there, fighting off. I think it's going to be Wagner on a return. Oh, he went for it. Went big on the forehand there. 1 point gone. Two big serves there. Big credit to Niels Vink. They're fighting off 2 match points. And sometimes when you fight a couple off and scramble enough,
it happened yesterday.
Yeah, it can change things. I mean, he's still in this. He gets this somehow, able to get this thing back. It's 5-4. So there's 3 straight errors by Wagner on the return to serve. Don't know if in the moment he got a little too amped up, and all of a sudden, just like that, 3 errors, and it's Vink with a chance. I mean, just moments ago, just had him buried. Now a chance to get it to 5-4. 4 straight unforced errors there by David's got to be frustrated to let those match points click off, but he still has a chance now to serve, and certainly I think his service game has been just really dynamic today, probably the best part of his game today. So maybe just happy to serve it out.
Well, what do you think? He had a little cement elbow there? Couldn't get his follow through, could he?
You know, he went kind of, I think, on the 40-15 return. He got the forehand, and that kind of started when he was a little amped up right there. Kind of went big on that one. From that point on, just kind of seemed to lose a little focus. Those errors just reeled off one after the other. But still in charge here. Still in a position to serve out this match. Update on court 2, it's Sam Schroeder with a set and a 5-4 lead in the quad singles match for 3rd and 4th place, as we continue to battle here at 5-4.
Similar score.
Very similar, right? Almost spot on. Wagner to serve for the match, having not taken care of 2 match points so far. That was a nice, loose and fluid swing. Vink just missing.
Missed by an inch.
And I think that one falls, and I think he's in a confident place, but it didn't.
He hit it well, but
yeah, he did.
No cigar.
Freebie to Wagner. Smart play by going right down the middle, assuming that Gavin's just going to guess, right? Not a bad play.
Got to take a guess on that one. He had
so David did. Needles
many
right
options.
Through the middle. 15 all. Vink swinging out. Give him a lot of credit. And courage to look loose, and he's had 2 good swings here on both return of serves. So not necessarily signs of nerves. Admire how he's held up. Critical double fault there. Gives Vink another little crack.
I think David would like to have that ace again in the backhand corner like he did the previous serve game. He needs it right here.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Boy, if there's been one shot he's been able to rely on today, it has been that backhand down the line.
And he put a little inside, a little cut on it where it tailed away.
Great fight there on the initial return of serve just to fight that one off.
See that little cut? Oh, nice shot. In that situation, very nice.
30 all. Right back to work on the tee, and it's Vink with an error, and one more match point for Wagner now on his serve, having lost 2 that he had on the return of serve.
That's got to go to the backhand here, doesn't it?
You would almost certainly think.
Especially after that last miss.
I think backhand or body certainly just does not want to get Vink a crack at a nice forehand look here. Backhand. There's the error, and there's the match. David Wagner 11-time NEC Singles Masters champion, won again straight sets, 6-3, 6-4 over world number 6, Niels Vink.
Beautiful match, beautiful match.
Phenomenal job by David Wagner, having never beaten the young fella before. Comes up big time in the big moment, the biggest match of their lives. At least in their head-to-head competition, it's David Wagner with the championship, and the fist pump to the crowd. A happy coach, John DeVore, is down there to celebrate with his player. Great shot of the two.
That was a tough assignment. He got through it.
Oh, man, really came through it with flying colors, straight set victory. We will have the trophy presentation here on center court almost immediately, as you see the coach and player continue to embrace. But all hats off to David Wagner here as he secures his 11th NEC Singles Masters title. Just impressive. And a great run by the young Dutch lad, Niels Vink. I'm sure a little bit disappointed, but man, he's going to have some opportunities in his future. He got the UNIQLO doubles title under his belt, not able to double down and get the singles title as well. Replay of match point here. Vink had a couple looks here, throws the lob up. Wagner didn't do a lot with this one, but right here, Vink overhits, had David out of position, just didn't get the spin on it, and there's the celebratory response by Wagner. Phenomenal accomplishment from David Wagner here to send a message to the quad division. His days are not done.
No, he's
not by a long shot.
Going to be around a little longer, and Vink will be too.
Oh yeah. I think
many years.
Only the third meeting of these two guys' career, but I think there's a great likelihood that there will be many more. Many more. Stay with us. We will have an opening, or we will not have an opening ceremony. We'll have an award ceremony here on center court. We'll be presenting the trophies, the championship trophy to David Wagner, the runner-up trophy to Niels Vink. And we'll have that presentation with you to you momentarily.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin our NEC Wheelchair Singles Tennis Masters for the Quad Division, the Finals Award presentation, I'd like to introduce our bronze medal finalist, where Jackie Nesbitt of the ITF will present him with his medal. Ladies and gentlemen, from the Netherlands, Sam Schroeder. Sam Schroeder.
I can see him up. There's nobody there. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now get started with the prize-giving ceremony for the NEC Wheelchair Singles Masters Quad Final. Please put your hands together for our wonderful ball crew and umpires. May I now introduce on court our special guests who will be presenting our finalists with their just rewards. Our finalist with his just reward. Here with us today we have Mr. Masahiro Aquino, President and CEO, NEC Corporation of America. Mr. Kurt Bender, International Tennis Federation Wheelchair Tennis Committee member. And Mrs. Joanne Wallen, USTA Director of Adult Competition and UNIQLO NEC Wheelchair Singles Masters Tournament Director. And now, for the player. Please put your hands together for our runner-up, Niels Vink. For the runner-up, Mr. Kurt Bender will present the medal to the runner-up, Niels Vink. Mr. Masahiro Aquino will now present the runner-up with his trophy. Niels, amazing week. What a hard-fought match.
Yeah, it was.
Well done, Niels. A round of applause for Niels Vink. And finally, please welcome back on court our very own 2019 NEC Wheelchair Singles Masters Quad Champion, David Wagner. Now on to our winning singles player. Mr. Kurt Bender will present the medal to the winner, David Wagner. Mrs. Joanne Wallen has the individual winner trophy, which our winner can keep and cherish. Mr. Masahiro Aquino will now present the NEC Wheelchair Singles Master, his perpetual trophy. David Wagner. Pretty good week. 11 NEC Wheelchair Singles Quad Finals. How does it feel?
Thank you. Feels great. I mean, yes. Niels, congratulations on a great week for you too, buddy. Wonderful match. We need to work on your speeches a little bit afterwards. So I think I know someone that might be able to help you. But I just want to thank everybody who's here, not just today, but all week long. All the volunteers, all the campus members, staff members, everybody. You guys put on a wonderful event, like always. It's an honor to be here. You know, it's special for us Americans because it's in America, so we love that, and we love the fact that you guys love having us here. So thank you all for that. Special thanks to obviously NEC for the singles and UNIQLO for the doubles, which finished yesterday. Congratulations to Niels on winning doubles, and yeah, this is very special. To even have an opportunity to play for 11 of them is unbelievable, and to win 11 is amazing. So I mean, it's just truly unreal for me, and the feeling is surreal, and just it's. But I'm so overwhelmed and feel just good joy from this. So and then I just thank everybody. If I missed anybody, I'm sorry. Coach John DeVores for the great plan. I'm not sure where he went, but you know, he's always helping me evolve, and I really couldn't do it without him. So thanks. Yeah, it's been a long year. Good to have it over now, and go home and enjoy my family because I love you guys so much, and I will see you soon.
David Wagner, everybody. One last round of applause for our 2019 finalist and our reigning champion, David Wagner.
A great look at the three champions of the NEC Singles Masters. It's David Wagner, the champion, in the middle, Niels Vink to the left, and the other Dutchman, Sam Schroeder, who defeated Andy Lapthorne here this morning in the match for 3 and 4. A great tournament of 3 of them. It's David Wagner, though, who is still the king of the NEC Singles Masters as he wins his 11th title here. And I think that there is a great chance that those two young Dutchmen will have a long and great career and possibly hoist that Champions Trophy one day. We will leave this scene here as we prepare and the court gets prepared for the men's singles final between Alfie Hewitt and Joachim Gerard. That is going to be an absolute massive match between the defending champion and Alfie Hewitt. And we do want to tell you that we will have David Wagner up here in the booth at some point during the first set of the men's final, and we'll look to get some thoughts from David on his 11th championship. But stay with us. We'll continue coverage. Match number 2 coming up, and we have one more after that, the women's final. Dita de Groot and Yui Kamiji.
Masters men's final. Please welcome on board the official that will be helping out during today's final. The chair umpire presiding over this match is Scott Elman. And now, please welcome on board our NEC Wheelchair Singles Masters men's finalists. Firstly, we have Joachim Gerard of Belgium, who is currently ranked number 4 in the men's singles rankings. Contending for the Singles Masters title, we have Alfie Hewitt of Great Britain, who is currently ranked number 6 in the men's singles rankings. Joachim Gerard earned his place in today's final by winning 2 of his matches in the round-robin phase of the
And here we are, men's singles finals, NEC Singles Masters Championship Day, match number 2. It is going to be a big one. It's Joe Gerard, the defending champion, versus Alfie Hewitt, champion 2 years ago. And we are going to see a slugfest between these two big guys. I'm Paul Walker, now joined in our broadcast by USTA head coach and national manager of wheelchair tennis, Jason Harnett. Jason, welcome. You're familiar with these fellas. You've been on the tour a long time. You know what these guys are capable of. So what do you think is going to happen here today?
Boy, coached against both these guys for a long time, Paul, as you've been around a while as well. And, yeah, you couldn't ask for a better final. I mean, you're talking 2 big hitters, 2 big servers, probably the best backhand in the game in Alfie Hewitt. You know, just very complete players. Both can come forward, both can stay back. You're just going to see a very well-rounded match and just a ton of power out here today. It should be fun.
Yeah. So set your dial to just right here. Don't leave. Just get your beverages now, whatever snack of choice, and
dig in for
settle in. Dig
like
in.
a good movie, you know?
Yeah, right. There you go. Just anticipate just a 2-hour running time, and here we go. Yeah, I think if I had to predict where a 3-set match would come from in our matches today, I would predict it would possibly come from this one.
No doubt.
I could just see either one of these guys getting on fire at various times and rolling through some sets and taking command of one individual set and then forcing a third possibly. So it would be a real treat to get us full 3 sets in a championship match here. Great shot of Joe Gerard, the defending champion, world number 4.
He loves this event.
What is it?
I mean, he's won this event.
Right, not just here, right?
No, not just here. I mean, he loves, he's a big, fast indoor court player, huge serve, as we all know that. And he's played well here. He plays well against Shingo. He plays well against Alfie. He plays well against Stefan Olsen. He plays well on this stage. And I know I've talked to him, and he likes this court. And you know, the weather's perfect, so
couldn't be any
better
better
than Brussels at this time of year, I would say.
Just a tad. And on the bottom of the screen there, it's the Brit, Alfie Hewitt, former world number 1, Paralympic silver medalist from Rio. And just a complete, full-on, young, outstanding player. Great shot of him, and
great competitor.
Yeah,
you know,
he just showed that in the match against Shingo the other day.
He did. Yes, he did. Just doesn't quit. Grinds, fiery.
Has the ability. Plays with some emotion, but I think as he's gotten a little older and still just a young kid, really, in a lot of respects, compared to a couple of old dogs like us. Still young, but really composed. Always has been probably a little bit more mature than his years. Yeah, and I think he knows how to manage his streaks a little bit better now than he did maybe when he was a little younger.
What's great to see is that these guys, you know, coming up through the junior ranks, you know, both of them, you know, Alpha becoming a world number 1 junior. I can't remember Joe's ranking as a junior, but I know he's probably close to the top, and had to watch them, you know, turn into top open level players, and, you know, both going to be historical players, and to watch that, you know, that timeline happen on our time is really cool. And here we are, you know, in lovely Orlando at the national campus, and these guys are out of the sleet and the wet and the cold of Western Europe, and just loving all of it. So it's just been, it's really cool to see these guys playing at the top of their powers.
Well, we're looking at a couple of former world number 1s, as Joe also touched on that for a brief moment in 2016, having ascended to the top ranking and world number 1 in May of 2016. So obviously capable in all facets. If we're looking at the head-to-heads with these guys, to do a little research there, it's Hewitt with the slight advantage, 8 wins to 11 over Gerard, but it's been really dominant by Alfie over the course of the last several years, where he's really closed the gap and taken over. It was Joe who had the heavy edge in the early matchups in their career, but Alfie over the last number of years has been pretty dominant. 2-1 this year in head-to-heads. 2019, they've met each other 3 times, and it's been Hewitt who's come away the victor in the last 2. It was Joe on the indoor surface earlier in the year. Again, you mentioned big serve, power game. You could see him pounding a practice serve up the tee there. But I expect a real dogfight here. These 2 big guns.
Yeah, Alfie seems pretty motivated. Yeah. I mean, you can see Alfie's pretty motivated. I mean, I've just been watching him practice all week. He kind of has his team here. They go off on a side court, and they just...
Very focused.
Yeah, they're process-oriented. Just like, you know, we always talk about the teams here that are so professional, so process-oriented. Shingo Cuneta being one of those, Dita de Groot being another, Yui Kamiji being another. Alfie's got his team here, and Joe's got a smaller team, but he's got, again, it's important at this level that, you know, you start getting people around you who can help you and all the resources that you need to be successful at the elite level. And, you know, Alfie's no exception, and there's no question he wants this one bad. Finish the year strong after coming off a U.S. Open win, you know, not that long ago. So I think he's looking to finish the year strong. And you know, Gustavo Fernando's locked up the world #1 earlier in the week. You know, winning 3 out of 4 Grand Slams. That's a pretty good year for Gustavo, I would say, for pretty much anybody. I'm sure he was a little disappointed with his finish here, but I know it's probably a time for him to shut it down here in the offseason and let these 2 guys battle it out for this title. So, and we know Gustavo will be back for many years to come.
All right, it's Alfie Hewitt to kick us off. Men's NEC singles final. Match number 2 of the day. First point. Oh, missed serve there. What an amazing performance by David Wagner in the opening match against young Niels Vink.
Very good today.
Yeah, he was served exceptionally well. There's a great return by Joe Early.
A down-the-line return, as we always say in wheelchair tennis. What a devastating shot, you know. But yeah, Niels was, you know, looked a little tight, a little nervous. It's, you know, first Masters final as a 16-year-old. That kid's going to be back for many years to come. We know that.
You would have to think.
Yep.
But not much of a waiting game for these guys. If they anticipated, you know, what would possibly be a start time today, I think things kind of on schedule with that first match moving along at a pretty good pace. So everybody probably in order in regards to their routines, not too disrupted from that.
Well, that's a good point. I mean, players are used to doing certain things a certain way and a certain allotment of time, and that match maybe actually finished a little quicker than they anticipated, expediting that process a little bit. But these guys are pretty ready to go at all moments of the day, to be honest. They're ready. If you're playing on the last day, you've been doing a lot right all week.
Not their first rodeos.
No, for sure not.
The big Belgian, Joe Gerard.
He just got that
prototypical
build, right?
Right?
Swimmer's build, right?
Yeah, right. Michael Phelps-ish.
Yeah, big shoulders,
Absolutely.
big back. Sits up pretty tall, about as tall as you can, and I think we talked about it. Him serving at what, 115 out of the chair, something like that.
Fairly impressive.
Yeah, I would say so. I think you're going to see a lot of attacking on both second serves. Both have fine first serves. Joe probably having the edge, but I think both guys are going to be looking to attack any second serves they get to put that pressure on. I think Alfie may be a little bit better of a scrambler than Joe.
Joe's scrambling doesn't, you'll see Alfie flying around the court, just, frantic chair skills and ability to do that. Joe's strength is with the reach, though.
Yeah,
those long limbs, just a couple of power pushes in the beginning, and he gets extended. And that's what we saw in some of his matches earlier in the week, how he's able to defend with length.
Yeah, and it's deceiving, right? He looks like he's maybe not trying as hard. I think you could be deceived by just effort. You see Alfie grinding, and Joe's just a little bit smoother with the way he does it, like right there, that reach, right? The combination of just efficiency and reach versus Alfie's just pure athleticism.
Gerard with another break point still. Opening game of the men's final NEC Singles Masters.
Yeah.
And there's an initial break to Gerard, and with his serve being as dynamic as it is, he'll look to immediately jump on top of Hewitt and get a serve hold
exactly
under his belt.
Wanted.
Yeah,
Exactly
perfect start. Perfect start.
I think you'd say for most tennis players, holding serve is not routine, but as we know in wheelchair tennis, holding serve can be a bit of a challenge. Joe Gerard might be one of the few where holding serve is a little bit more routine.
Yeah, almost like he feels he should expect to, that he expects it, and then when he doesn't, he's probably a little bit disappointed. So to get the early break frees him up to let that big right arm go to work.
I bet he could throw a football about 70 yards. Yeah, I'm serious. Grab the chair and chuck it.
I'm not looking for an argument, but as we've seen over the years, no knock, but that's an American sport, and guys from Europe and around the world do not know how to throw a football. It's a unique thing that we grew up with here in the States, and it's a little bit foreign to the rest of the world, that oblong ball with the laces on it, and here's
your wingspan you were talking about.
There it is.
Right?
I mean, look at it, and then gets a little friendly bounce from the net cord. Yeah. That's clean living there.
A lot of us coaches call what he just did a second effort, right? He makes an initial push, maybe senses he's not going to get there, but makes one last effort, and look what happens. It dribbles over. That's why it's worth it. Maybe it gets Alfie thinking he's got to do a little more with the ball and stretch Joe even further, which might draw some errors out of Alfie. So it goes both ways, right? It helps him in a couple different aspects.
30 love here. Big first serve. Return to serve error. Quick lead to Gerard. So to go back to the football, I mean, if Joe properly trained on how to throw a football and ultimately you got some reps in, I agree. Just hand him a football and
he's throwing a football from grabbing the middle of the ball is wrong.
He's going to throw a duck on that first one, I'm guaranteeing that. But that's a little backhand error there. Hewitt getting on the board here. Gerard service game. Probably get some flack for that comment.
He can bring it. That's fine. We know these guys.
No, yeah.
Try and prove us wrong.
Yeah. Throw a bullet through my chest the next time I see him.
He definitely is one of the more intense competitors we have on tour.
Without question.
Right? I mean, he's pretty much all business out there.
Yes.
Not saying anybody's, goofing around in any sense, but he brings an intensity that's a little different.
Yeah, you don't see a light-hearted look much. I get accused of being intense sometimes by our players.
That military blood of yours, that's what it is. That was trained into you.
Yeah. 30 all now. Again, opening service games for both players here. First set. We'll keep you posted on action. There's the reach again. Big extension. Error by Hewitt.
Again, that reach, right, forcing Alfie to maybe have to try and play closer to the line, and look what happens. Joe draws an error out of him.
I mean, just look at the length of the forearm and hand strength, and then, so when he gets that length and just able to flip almost, and how much power he can still generate versus us normal mortals. So at some point, we're still looking to get David Wagner up here to our booth because we'd like to get a few words from him, share those thoughts with you. So we're going to just give you that little teaser as we continue to track action here in this first set of the men's final. I think David was going to try to make his way up to the booth. So we'll be plugging him in here shortly. Deuce game here on the Gerard serve.
Jason, you're stealing yours. No.
Here, we're going here.
Again, first, yep, first serve. Big first serve.
And there's Gerard with the hold.
Tells you why it's so important to get that first one in, right? We always talk about not only do you take the double fault out of the picture, but you also put pressure on the returner immediately.
We're joined by 11-time NEC Singles Masters champion David Wagner. A little post-match talk right here. David, say it again. 11-time NEC Singles Masters champion.
Sounds sweet to hear.
I bet it does. I mean, as if 10 didn't sound good enough. You were winning championships practically before Niels was born, for crying out loud.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, right. Yeah. No, hey, listen, you've been around a long time, but I'll tell you what. We talked about the match here in the lead up to your performance today, and kind of a matchup between a young gun and a veteran player. And to me, the difference was you fully understanding your game plan and what you wanted to execute, and Niels, of course, just trying to rely on his athleticism, ball striking, but not having a game plan that I could ever really discern. Did you sense that he had a game plan that he was trying to attack you on? I could see clearly what you were trying to do and executed beautifully, but did you ever sense that he had a particular game plan to try to break you down?
You know, if I did, I'm not sure I picked up on it.
Right.
I think, you know, he served pretty well, I thought, early, and my return was, I don't know, maybe a little sketchy at first, but I mean, I don't know, that's his game plan, is to hope for I have a sketchy return.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, give him a ball he can handle early, right?
I mean, I know he's a pusher and a grinder, right? And John and I talked about that a lot, and we talked about like strategy on how to maneuver around the court a little bit on him, you know, and when to close out and when to not close out, and yeah, take your chances sometimes staying back and take your chances sometimes going in. So,
yeah, I think you did a great job of balancing that. I think your service game from start to finish today was really what kind of seemed to be spot on from the beginning to the end, and it really never wavered. So how much confidence did you have on that side of the court today compared to maybe where your serve return game came and went a little bit, but your serve never left you?
Yeah, I mean, you know, look, serve is one thing that you can always work on. you don't need someone with you. You can take a hopper of balls out there, and that's what I do. You know, I take a basket of balls every day, and I serve every single day. Okay. There's not a day that goes by I don't serve, so I can show up to a tournament feeling confident with my serve, placement-wise, pace-wise, you know, what I need to do off of it. And so, yeah, I mean, that definitely helps, you know, and return to serve, you got to have somebody with you all the time.
Right.
So.
Oh, we're able to probably get a little bit of a couple looks here. Let us know what you're doing there.
So it is early on, huh? Or now we're 5-3 in the first.
Right.
Yeah, I needed that point, right? You know, made a huge difference. He popped one in the bottom of the net, jump up to second set again, serve out wide to the backhand. I think that started to really change the momentum of the game when I went to the backhand more like that. And
opened up shots like that.
Yeah, right. And then in the middle of the match, you get the opening here, and here I run him to the forehand, stick a volley, not overly great.
Right.
Just right down the middle, and he just
overhits,
just rushes through, and
that's match point.
Yeah, I had 2 other match points earlier in the set, and I heard you guys talking earlier when I first got up to the set that first serves are so important, and I didn't make any serves on my first serves on my match points. He was serving, and he hit first serves.
Right.
Terrible. So
yeah, had a little patch there. It was like whoa, and then
I was like 4 points in a row. I don't think I put his serve back in play. So.
It was indeed that 4 in a row. Yeah, we were commenting on that, but I did make the comment that when that game went south for you and it went to 5-4, I said, but Wagner has served so well today. I said I really had the feeling you were just going to serve it out, and right on cue you did. And again, back to that point where the sense from start to finish was your serve was on point today.
Yeah, and I think again that's something that all of us, especially as American players, something that we're so spread out. If we don't have enough people to hit with, or our teammates to hit with, or coaches to hit with, serves is one thing you can do, man. I mean, it's the one thing you can do by yourself, and it's the one thing I do by myself.
There
and
you
I
go.
actually enjoy it. It's kind of some alone time out there, and then just go take a helper, a basket of balls, and hit a couple hundred serves every day.
Yeah, most tennis players talk about all the different routines they go through, and clearly that's one of your routines that keeps you sharp in an area of the game that is obviously critical in wheelchair tennis, right?
Yeah, and coming into it, I'm 5-4 up, and my first serve, I think I serve out to his forehand, and he rolls it right in the bottom of the net. And so I'm up 15 love, right off the bat, off a forehand.
Huge.
And that's big, right? It's like not down, and then it was like mindset back to the back end. So.
All right. So as you wrap up the year with another NEC singles title in your pocket, focus will shift obviously to you getting a little rest around the holidays, and then probably heading down under to kick the year off in 2020. And so want to wish you luck and all those adventures down under, and in the rest of the year that's going to lead up through the Tokyo Games in 2020.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's gonna. I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to taking a little bit of time off. I'm not gonna take a lot of time off. The Australian series starts up relatively soon, early in January. So, I'm gonna enjoy this, and I'm gonna love my family and see them and spend as much time with them as I can over the holidays, and go from there, and then just get right back on the court and right back in the gym and continue to improve. I mean, that's what I want to do, is get better every time. And there's a lot of things I still need to work on, and that's my plan leading into Australia and get better. So.
All right. Well, a great way to finish the year. Happy holidays to you and your family. Safe travels back to the West Coast, and we'll see you down the road. But thanks for taking some additional time to come up with us, share some thoughts, and once again, congratulations on title number 11, NEC Singles Masters champion David Wagner. All-time great. All right, David, thank you. We'll resume coverage here on Center Court with Joe Girard and Alfie Hewitt. Great job, David. We appreciate the time and the thoughts. All right, back to live action here on Center Court in the men's singles final, NEC Singles Masters, match number 2 between Joe Girard and Alfie Hewitt. It's Hewitt now with a break chance to get things evened up at 2-all after we left the coverage here. It was Joe Girard 2-0, so it's Hewitt who got a hold and now looking for a break.
Definitely doesn't want Joe to run away with this thing, right?
No.
Stay with him.
Yep. I'm sure at this point now, everybody's seen everything they need to know, and just now about getting it dialed in.
Yeah. It's always interesting as coaches, we always say about 3 games in. 3 games in, you've seen a lot of what you're going to see for the rest of the match. Now, things might get a little better, but as far as patterns and strategy, it's pretty much laid out right in front of you. So at game 4, these guys know exactly what they're dealing with and what each has brought, to the table today.
Yeah, you see Alfie being mindful to take his time there, get himself under control before this service game, having erased the 2-0 deficit. Now he's like, hey, my chance to take the lead for the first time today. See how Joe responds.
You know, Alfie's very much like Shingo in some ways, where he makes you play. You know, he may not blow you off the court, but he's going to chase a lot of balls down and force you to play. And I know Joe would probably rather play a little quicker, you know, get the points done. I think Alfie's going to force him to grind a little bit.
Yeah, he will extend, and then just when you think it's another ball coming back in play, he unleashes a little something on the big time. And there's Joe finishing nicely at the net. Easy winner.
Good volleys. Great doubles player.
Yeah, you know, had a great run. Went to the UNIQLO doubles final with partner Stefan Olsen, but just came up against too much yesterday against defending champions Pfeiffer and Hewitt, who were just from start to finish yesterday just phenomenal. Pfeiffer was just on fire, and when that guy's focused and dialed in, that team is they almost look unbeatable. But a great job of getting to the finals by Gerard and Olsen. 2 years in a row for them. Alfie missing that forehand wide. A little disappointed in himself there. Joe showing some touch. Hewitt on the move, gets it. Is it enough? Guesses. Ah, what a point. Great shot here. Watch the scramble, the Hewitt defense. Gerard touch, the Hewitt speed.
Gosh.
Now we get into a battle of hands. 1, 2, 3.
Great point.
Yeah, outstanding.
Always love that style push, left, right, left, right,
Yeah,
left, right.
And vaults the chair forward. Gerard now 2 points to break. Keep the lead. Big backhand by Gerard forces the error, and it's Gerard who settles things back down again after the 2-game run by Hewitt, and once again on top, 3-2 on the changeover.
Kind of in that pattern, you know, Alfie getting broken and having that huge challenge of trying to break Joe back. That becomes a more difficult task as we go on here. That's the pattern Joe wants to have for sure.
Settling in here. No separation, not much anyway from these two early on.
You know, again, they're going to stay with each other, and Joe's always been a great front runner. If he's on top of you and he's serving, you know, up a break, it's always tough. So Alfie's got to dig in. He's got to dig in this game. Not let Joe get that separation. And kind of starting to get into that critical time in the set, huh? Getting mid-set. Starts to become real important from here on forward. You know, that's where the sports, I think, has evolved. You know, I think, you know, looking at Alfie running around his backhand there, almost in the doubles alley on the ad side to get a forehand as opposed to hitting a backhand. As great as his backhand is, he chooses to work to get into position to hit that forehand up the line. And that has been a real evolution in the sport. There's like 4 or 5 guys who do that religiously, and that is the new way.
Well, it's kind of an able-bodied approach, the inside-out forehand, and then if necessary, you know, it's the down-the-line change at a late point in that setup, and you know, players are just left at bay to not be able to cover both of them, obviously.
That's right.
Angle or line, you know, it's,
yeah, it freezes you.
You're creating both.
It really freezes you as an opponent. You have to make a break one way or the other, and again, in wheelchair tennis, you've got to make a commitment, and if you can hold, Shingo does it very well. He holds, and you make a break, he sees it, he goes the other way. And Alfie has that same skill, and it's a huge advantage.
Big ball. Boy, that backhand right there just sets it, kind of almost like just locks it in, all of a sudden just big explosion.
All that leverage,
full extension, right?
Yeah,
long lever, right?
Long lever.
Yeah.
Again, another first serve, and we stress that a lot. Like I said earlier, you get that first one in, it puts so much pressure on the returner to have to get that ball in play. You miss your first serve, folks, we get to look at all that motion, all that timing, and not have to worry about returning. It really helps to get a much more aggressive second serve return. So get your first serve in, keep the pressure on, take the double fault out of it. It's a big deal.
You're probably the first coach in the history of tennis to talk about that first serve importance, huh?
You know, it's funny.
No, it's just
we all say it.
And it's a hold by Gerard. 4-2 now, a little separation here, back to the 2-game lead. And we'll resume that talk about first serve percentages and everything like that. Great look at the campus. Match going on behind us on court number 2 in the women's 3-4 match. It is Wiley up 4-1 over Marjolein Baus. So Jordan looking to, there's a great shot of Alfie's coach, Donna Andrews from Great Britain. Fine British lady and coach. Chatted with Alfie in the locker room a little bit and about how much of a good influence she is in his life. And he made the comment, and it's such a great comment. And there's Joe's coach, Damien Martinquet. Now, if I'm pronouncing that right, that's a miracle, but I gave it a good shot. But a relatively new coach with Joe. But Alfie backed his comment about Donna, and sometimes it's not always, he meant to comment, sometimes it's not always about the tennis. I mean, obviously she's a proficient coach in the sport, but it's not always about that. The relationship and other aspects that a coach can bring to the table. Big backhand by Gerard. Interesting to hear him talk about that and say, hey, listen, it ain't just about tennis. I've had plenty of great tennis coaches, obviously, that have gotten me to this point, but different various parts of your career, you need a specific maybe personality or demeanor to continue.
Take to the next level, right?
Yeah, next level, continue to bring out your best. Certainly it sounds like Donna's providing that.
Coaches wear many hats. We all know that.
Error there by Gerard. Yeah, I was just going in between the matches, and Alfie's in the locker room just sitting quietly on the floor, earbuds in, got a yogurt in front of him, got a smoothie in front of him, got a little bowl of watermelon, got a granola bar. It said, my routine. Just chatted with him for a few minutes. Just really calm and very much in that preparation mode in his routines.
A lot of our younger players on tour here in the U.S., everywhere, need to hear that and witness it and see why these players do that. There's reasons for it. It's not just, I'm going to go lay down in the locker room and have a yogurt. It's not like that, right? Good back in there.
Boy, another one. Boy, both.
Again, another evolution of the sport. The short angle returns are so devastating. It's changed the way the game's played now.
Now, 2 points to take full command of this opening set here.
First serve.
Joe thought the first serve out, kind of like he's heading back. Oh, he's going to the towel probably, right?
Going to the towel.
Yeah, okay. Almost like...
Again, back to routine, right? Process.
Yeah. There you go.
Go back to the towel, a little reset, clear your head.
Saw Joe get a little out of sorts in his match against Shingo. Again, it's a round-robin format here. Remind you all how we got to this point. error by Gerard, but it's a round-robin format, and Joe lost his match to Shingo, and yet still came through the draw as the number 2 in that pool, and was able to go into the crossover and get a win, and then come back here and make his way into the finals. Impressive run, even with a loss on the board.
If you take that loss early, you can learn from it, get to the practice court, work through it a little bit, and get ready for that next match. And if you get through, you're better for it.
Yeah, totally resets, and he knows he's fully capable of making a run and beating everybody.
Robin allows that, right?
Yep. There's Joe on the wheels.
This is the physicality of it, right?
Yeah. Without question, longest rally.
Yeah. They're both sensing it's an important point.
Joe trying to shorten the court, but forced into the air. Great point by both guys, but it's ultimately Hewitt.
Is that a 30-ball rally? Yeah, you sometimes get to a point in that rally where you're like, look, I'm starting to get a little gassed, and I gotta put an end to this. So Joe took a little bit of a risk there, went forward and misplayed it. But maybe he started feeling the fatigue a little bit and needed out of that point.
It's a bad feeling when you feel like, I want to get out of this thing, so I want to do the drop shot, take an ill-advised, slap at something down the line, and again, showing the discipline. Second let court winner for Gerard. He'll take it at a critical moment. Saw one earlier. Alfie shaking his head like, "To love, bro. You're killing me here with these let courts."
2-4.
That's a big
game
moment.
point. This is where your mental strength is tested a little bit. Are you able to be a little resilient and just get back to work here right away?
Regroup.
Good serve. Comes back with the first serve.
Yep. Joe pressing in. Kind of getting tied up a little bit.
Wasn't able to really take advantage of that let court dribbler.
No.
And consolidate, as we say, and get that next point.
Hewitt point away from getting it to one game.
Big return.
Yeah.
I don't think Joe wants to let him out of this game.
No, I think you're right. He got the 2-0 lead, then lost it, reestablished, got the 2-game lead again. Doesn't want to lose that again.
No.
Want to get into that pattern.
And he's expended quite a bit of energy in this game, which makes him a little bit more vulnerable next game. So if he can get up 5-2, give him a little cushion.
Their big first serve by Hewitt sets the point in motion. Gerard, big, deep forehand cross court for the winner.
Gosh, you just say any of these guys, whether it's Alfie or Joe or Shingo or Gustavo or Stefan, or it doesn't matter, Nico, when they're in front of the baseline, comfortable, it's going to be devastating. It's a problem
for your opponent.
For their opponent. I mean, rolling into a forehand is...
There's the length of Gerard keeping it alive, forcing the air.
Making Alfie play.
And again, it's not necessarily the speed on the wheels, but his just ability to reach out and extend that big long arm, tack a racket onto the end of it, and another ball in play. Old adage, one more.
That's it.
And now 5-2, really fully in command. A little bit of a frustrated Hewitt, kind of showing some emotion there, and it could be that let cord winner that's still in the back of his head.
You have to let it go pretty quick.
Kind of glancing over to his
going to be gone, huh?
coach, maybe just looking for a calming glance.
Now you start thinking, how much energy he might put into this game. Maybe let this set go and get a hard reset at the second.
That is the. I think you let at this point 5-2 is not such an insurmountable lead. You let this game kind of just happen organically.
Yeah.
Maybe if you can get a couple of free points early, you're like, all right, let me dig in here, get the break. Joe gets off to the hot start early, gets up 30 love, maybe
a couple
maybe
big
a quick
first serves.
takedown.
Could be a quick takedown.
The other approach.
It's on Joe's racket.
Yep. Joe's coach over there making some notes. You can see him. Yep, there it is. Doing what coaches do, making notes. Being able to provide that feedback. Dear Mom, I'm here in Orlando. I don't think I'll be home. The sun is nice. Have a happy holiday.
I've decided to take an extra week. I'm going to Disney World.
Yeah. Yeah, Hewitt not doing enough with that short second serve there.
Yeah.
And exposing himself early. Gerard on the attack with the big backhand.
Yeah, kind of like you said, an organic, just kind of, you know, take a couple slaps, see if it works out, great. If it doesn't,
Fairly large commitment to Hewitt on the forehand there. Oh man,
big hit.
Flatten that thing out. Not a ball we typically see Alfie hit.
Little bit of
Usually
angry
a little bit
forehand.
more, a little bit.
of anger there.
Maybe again, starting to set it up for the second set. Just kind of.
That's right. That's right. You start looking forward a little bit, and you know, bring in a little different intensity. Maybe this second set.
Didn't do much with the second serve return last time on this deuce side. We'll see if he tries to tee another one up like he just did that last point. Change in tactic, mixes it up, comes in. Now he's maybe thinking, yeah. But yeah,
I can still hear this sound of this ball echoing. This
All right, back to live action. Here we go. Hewitt 30-15. Again, gonna get another look.
Missed first serve, huh?
Yeah, this is exactly what Hewitt needs to maybe get some good looks here. Joe really kicks it up high. Much better second serve from Gerard there.
This is what Alfie needs to do, right? He needs to get in and dictate a little bit more. Cannot allow Joe to dictate. Cannot allow Shingo to dictate. Can't allow Gustavo to dictate. That's when these guys are at their best. So I think if he can keep Joe off the baseline a little bit, get him chasing into the corners, I think that's going to be a formula that's going to work well.
Hit or be hit.
Yeah, pretty much.
You want to sit there and let Mike Tyson hit you, or you want to try to get the first blow in?
That's pretty much it. Both first ball hitters, right?
Great serve by Joe. Yeah, nice to be able to have a weapon like that to possibly serve your way out of a deficit. Pretty calm. 5-2 up.
Yeah, great serve. Jeez.
Just like that, it's two big first serves, and now Joe in charge. There it is. What a difference. Hey, you've talked a lot about it. The first serve, the difference, right? He puts two big first serves in, two easy points, just like that. Back. Second serve life, Alfie in control. Day and night.
We talk about it in coaching all the time, right? We say here at the USTA, we talk serve +1, return +1. You know, what comes back from that serve is what you're anticipating and trying to do.
Catches the line.
The line there, huh?
Yeah, just enough spin to pull down and jump on a portion of that line to get another add point. Yeah, that's the nature of the game these days. Serve +1, return +1.
Yeah, your first two
common
hits,
language.
Right? Your first two hits here, you know, he serves with spot. He has an idea where the return's probably going to go, and he sets up accordingly. And if he's inside the baseline, he's going to hit it. Interesting choice right back at him.
Yeah. I think he maybe got in a little too deep and didn't do as much as he wanted, and then got the good fortune of the Hewitt air to get it back to deuce. Big ball to the corner there by Hewitt. It's fun to lean out from our booth here a little bit and really get the sounds of what it sounds like when these guys are striking it. We're behind a little bit of a plexiglass booth that kind of keeps the sound good for our broadcast, but when you lean out and hear the sound, the sound off the rackets, these guys are making some big booming sounds off their racket. Really striking it big. Big game here, kind of setting up as a long one, and if Alfie can scrap it out, might be a momentum turn. He'd still have a lot of work to do, but I think Gerard really wanting to finish it off now. Really,
he wants out.
He wants
out of this set.
Yep. Hewitt finding the range again on the return.
Alfie's just not going away.
No, not at all.
Which of course he won't.
Don't anticipate that anytime soon. And Joe knows it. That's for sure.
Madam swings in wheelchair tennis, Paul.
Crazy. We've seen some over the course of the week here.
Remarkable.
Another break chance for Hewitt.
How many first serves for Joe here?
And a freebie. Now, Hewitt would have to hold, break Gerard again. I mean, still a ton of work to do, but these guys just want to set the tone every time they can. You're going to have to fight for everything. Not his first time coming back from 5-2 down.
Maybe in the finals of the Masters.
Good point there. Yeah. But I think at this point for these guys, they've played so many big-time matches, right?
Yeah.
It's just another tennis match, to a certain extent, is the Masters finals, that's for sure.
Yeah. Forget they're both Paralympic medalists.
Yeah.
So they've been in front of a few crowds and big arenas.
Grand Slam champion for Alfie.
Yeah.
He's won the French. He's won the
U.S. Open.
Back-to-back champion at the U.S. Open. Has yet to get Australia or Wimbledon under his belt. Never seems to do well down in Australia. Struggles down there early in the years. Hasn't had a run down there.
It's hard to know why sometimes. If he has a bit of an off season where he takes some time off, getting back down there and getting into that heat down there, it is stifling. Very Orlando-esque. Mid-August Orlando. It is very warm January in Melbourne. And so for these guys coming in there, I know they go down a few weeks early to get a couple tournaments in and acclimate before they hit the Grand Slam, but it's challenging.
Yeah. Gerard now. Quick lead here in this game. Chance to close it out in the break. Drop just a little too low, but yeah, good point by Hewitt to fight. Gerard coming up with a couple of nice shots, but in the end, air in the net.
It's just, you got to be careful. You're finding yourself that deep behind the court. We always say kind of an imaginary line between the fence and the baseline. Kind of that halfway point is where you want to kind of stay. You start getting deeper than that, and it is really tough to hit it hard enough to have an effect,
2-point advantage erased, 30 all. Good serve there by Hewitt. Good serve there by Hewitt. Update in the women's 3-4 match. It's Jordan Wiley, 1-0 up over Marjolein Baus, 6-2 in the first and 2-1 up in the second.
Quite a year she's had coming back.
Nice return to the highest level here by Jordan. Really setting herself up to potentially be a big-time factor in 2020.
Well, I don't think there's any question.
No doubt, right? Only going to be getting better, only going to be getting more fit, all the strengths that she had in place prior to taking some time off.
There's that runaround forehand we were talking about earlier. Look how far over he went, all the way to the single sideline to hit a forehand.
Well, points are kind of clicking off quickly here.
Yeah, at this level, you don't do enough of that first ball, whether it's a serve or a return, you're pretty much punished for it. Serve into the body, that's a little bit too much of the forehand. Look what happens.
Frustrated growl from the Brit.
Got a pretty good look at that. I mean, it's quick, but those are frustrating misses, right? You find yourself kind of in the right position. You just don't get a really clean look.
It's Gerard with a set point.
I'm going to say he's going to be aggressive here on the return ball.
You're going to say it. All right, making the call. I like it.
I'm going to call it.
All right. Oh.
Especially a second serve. He's going to go after it here.
Going line or is he going cross if we're really going to start getting?
That's what he gets.
All right. Backhand, cross. Middle. And there it is. Game in first set. Joe Girard 6-3 over Alfie Hewitt. Men's final. Defending champion on track to repeat. Hewitt probably without question not going away. More tennis to come, but it's a good start for the defending champion, Joe Girard. We'll be back momentarily here with the second set as we continue our live coverage of the men's NEC Singles Masters Final. Second set coming up. All right, we're back to our first point of the second set here between defending champion Joe Girard serving and Alfie Hewitt, 2017 NEC Singles Masters champion. It's Girard who starts with the big first serve up the tee and the easy forehand finish. Picking up right where he left off, Jason.
He loves his court, Paul.
He loves this event.
He does. I mean, I tell you what.
You just slap a NEC Singles Masters tag on it somewhere. He'll play in a parking lot no matter what, and he's going for his fourth title.
It's interesting that, you know, in the Grand Slams, I'm not saying he struggles, but he just hasn't had that breakthrough. And for whatever reason, this year end, he just thrives. And And we all know he's a fast indoor court player, but this is not the fastest court in the world. And it's outdoors, and
Big right-left combo right there.
yeah, you would think if he has this sort of result here, you know, why not at the Open?
There. Opens up the court, just totally tees it up. Not much.
Classic tennis there, right?
Not tough, doesn't have to be near the line, just stroke through. Easy target, 30 love.
Jeez.
Bullet into the body. Backs it up, right?
Yeah. Just a huge hit. And we talked the difference between a fast ball and a heavy ball. And he definitely has weight
Yeah.
behind his ball. It's fast, but it may not be the fastest ball, but it's just heavy. Sounds different. Sounds heavy.
Great opening service game here in the second set. You know, Gerard really mindful from the first point on to just grab a hold of this game. A couple points there still to take a hold of this first game, but yeah, you can
I think
see.
any mental skills specialist would tell you that first game of a second set, any coach would tell you, that really does set the tone, right? You come off a solid 6-3 win. A lot of players tend to go flat and maybe take it a little easy and then, you know, drop a service game, or maybe don't get the break that they, you know, what they want, and the tone is set. And I think Joe's trying to set the tone early here by just getting a quick hold and then come right back after Alfie again. Keep
Here
that
if he
pressure
tries to slide one off the side. Up goes body again.
Alfie's knuckling down here.
No, never. Yeah, I just really believe that if Alfie, we've talked a number of times, I think, playing from the lead versus playing from behind. Joe set the tone in the first set, coming right out the gate, and got the lead, never lost it. Alfie's just thinking, if I can get on top, you know, whether it's this game or a 2-1, and that's just make Joe chase, everything changes.
It does. It changes everything. Hunter versus the hunted.
And it's the Hewitt error that gives Gerard the first game on plan, on schedule.
Trying to think about what Alfie's going to have to change here a little bit. You know, what's he going to have to do?
Yeah, I think a lot of it's got to do with Joe, obviously, and we have seen no chinks in Joe's armor yet today. I mean, he's been just solid from serve to returns, forehands. I mean, every aspect of his game, all the components in place. And again, we talked about his comfort in this event, and probably his desire to try to defend and really, you know, create something special for him and possibly winning another one of these titles.
Yeah.
And man, when he's locked in, he's tough. He's tough. We've seen him defend well.
I mean, that's what you're trying to say. What would a coach tell Alfie, you know, besides, you know, keep your emotions in check? And you would probably at this point say, look, you're going to have to play maybe a little higher risk tennis. You know, it may not be super comfortable, but doing what you're doing isn't working. Joe's very comfortable. We've got to make him uncomfortable.
Yeah, and to our point we talked about earlier, you don't have to do that for an entire set, just for the moments that get you maybe over the top, right? Yeah. And break the pattern and break the rhythm.
Yeah.
We don't need you to sustain that for a whole set, but for 2 games, you might need to step it up and play a little bit out of that comfort zone that you mentioned.
It's generally just playing more aggressively, you know, and trying to disrupt, because if you sit there and stay with Joe, that's not going to do it. You've got to take it to him, get him on the defense, get him out of that.
He was able to show that in the Shingo match the other day.
Mm-hmm.
He was the one that was able to get into that little bit out of the comfort zone and hit a few bigger balls, stuff that was a little bit more dynamic. Shingo staying within his margins and not being enough down the stretch.
Mm-hmm. That shot right there, that drop shot, maybe is part of that, you know, disruption. Mm-hmm. It's a little unorthodox. Hadn't shown it to go up 40 love.
Yeah,
Not bad time for it.
Really nice opportunity for an easy hold here. Bolster the confidence. Yeah, 40 love. Alfie says, hey, maybe take a rip down the line. Can afford to miss one there. Still got two chances. There it is. Hewitt showing the variety with the lob and then finishing it up with the forehand to get it to 1-all.
Important stop there. And that high ball locks you up, doesn't it? It stops Joe from moving, opens up the court. I don't think Alfie wanted to go down two love there.
Not again.
I don't think that was something he wanted.
Didn't serve him well in the first set.
Again, Joe is a front runner. He's so good. Serves seem bigger. Returns seem bigger. Everything seems bigger when you're playing from ahead.
And this is right here. I mean, to me, this is the game. And again, it's got to be Hewitt who finally turns the corner, gets up. A great shot of longtime champion Shingo Cuneta, world great. Not in the competition anymore, but here he is in the finals against two guys that he knows he's going to see again. Studying, no doubt, looking for any little hiccups or cues that he could get to maybe give him over the top next time he matches up against one of these guys.
Has he played a few big matches?
A few.
I don't recall.
Just a few. I don't know. Beijing Paralympics gold medal, London Paralympic gold medal, and everything in between.
20-plus Grand Slam titles. I mean, the guy's the legend.
But right now, looks like a student to me. Looks like a student of the game. Looks like a guy who's sitting here.
Kind of our side of the sport's Roger Federer, to be honest, and it just seems fitting that he and Roger are both UNIQLO ambassadors and have gotten to know each other very well. So it's fun to see that collaboration with some of the all-time greats on both sides of the sport.
Gerard with the error there. One last look at the great Shingo Cuneta. UNIQLO gear on, Honda adorning that jersey as well.
Would you say? I mean, you would say, professionally speaking, of all the players that have come through from the beginning of the sport till now, I mean, he really has set the standard of what it is to be a professional wheelchair athlete, just professional athlete in general. He understands the value of a team, and the studying, and all the resources, right? The mental skills, strength and conditioning, nutrition, all of it. And his world is quite small and very, very focused. Tokyo is his. He has got his eyes locked on that, doesn't he?
Boy, oh boy, the boost he's going to get, just you'd think energy-wise from the crowd that is likely to be there should be huge. He is a well-known figure in the country of Japan.
It'll be interesting to see how he handles because the media attention, the demand on his time will be different than any other time, I would say, in his career.
Yeah.
We had World Tennis.
Hewitt. bullet down the line and a fist pump to back it up.
He's definitely making a little turn here.
He's almost out of our screen here when he hits this thing.
Great chase.
Here, lines it up, has just enough time to line it up, right? Impressive pass there. Backhand down the line and a chance now. Just take the lead.
Momentum, huh?
Yeah, this is it. This is the one. Wow. That little clap of the hands by Alfie Hewitt, recognizing the artistry of Joe Girard. There it was. That's the backhand down the line we saw from Hewitt a point ago. Girard gets it back to deuce.
I think Joe senses, right? He's making a little bit of a move and he's trying to blunt it out. Second serve return misses. Those are tough to swallow.
Yeah, these guys know. They'll free you like that.
Yep. Great opportunity.
Just a second ago, had the break point. Really, maybe would have been grabbing some big momentum, and now it's Girard again with a chance to stay on top. Once again, Alfie using the extra time, the bounce, lines it up.
That second bounce, right? You can kind of freeze your opponent because they just can't commit, right? So they got to hold and
plus slow the chair down at that point. Right, they can't be flying around anymore.
No.
So they've lost their actual momentum.
That's right. And you see it, and then you hit. And by that time, it's over for Joe.
Back to deuce.
And Joe in front of the baseline. It's devastating.
Boy, he's showed great composure from start to finish here. There's been no reasons for him to be uncomfortable yet today. And when he's in this mode right here, handful. It's just, as yet, he has not let Hewitt get into this match and take control. And with the hold, continues to be the leader. Pace setter, 2-1 up.
That might be the most important game of the match. We'll look back. See that kind of blunted out a little momentum shift from Alfie. Did not allow him to get that. You can see it on Alfie's face right there.
Just hasn't gotten over the top yet.
And you expend a lot of energy, right? You expend a lot of energy trying to get that break, and you don't get it. You fall a little bit short, and it weighs on you psychologically, physically. It's tough.
We're live from the USTA National Campus, of course, our final day of coverage of the NEC Singles Masters. We wrapped up the UNIQLO Doubles Masters yesterday. Congratulations to all the champions that were crowned in that side of the house. But today it's all about singles, the individual game. And Alfie Hewitt to serve here. Still chasing Girard. Early enough to get things in his favor, but does not want to continue to let Girard extend leads. Great start.
Shows you how well placed your serve has to be. You know, by most standards, that's not a bad serve. And Joe just managed it.
Take a
This
look.
is where you get into trouble. You start missing first serves. Joe's going to start pressing even harder.
Like smelling blood in the water right there, huh?
Again, another second serve, right? So
That's quickly. Quickly, Gerard off to a 30-love lead here in the Hewitt service game. And much like he did in the first set 2 times, creating that 2-game gap. He's looking to do it for the first time here in the second set.
kind of an odd chair position there. They've drawn that error.
Aggressive.
Big hit at that, huh?
Yeah, right? Well, you could see that ball just fly through the baseline there. And just like that, 30 all now.
Yeah.
Things settled back
I'm
down.
always fascinated watching the players and how they just go to their towel immediately after a miss. And for someone like Joe, that's a good thing, right? Keeps him settled down a little bit.
Yeah, he does have the ability to get a little bit.
He get a little fiery, but
Yep.
I think at this stage, up a set, 2-1.
No reason.
No reason yet.
Nothing set him off yet.
No.
And it would take something pretty big. Hewitt staying on the offensive. Gerard not able to turn the tables. And now it's Hewitt. Chance to hold and get it to 2-all. Whoa.
Jeez. Let's shut that down.
Yeah, right. One shot, done. Deuce.
If he can do it,
Yep.
he prefers it.
Healthy looking, still yet very confident, still exuding some good confidence. Body language, all positive. Fully invested here yet. Softens up and goes angle. Runs it through the sideline.
Hit that as a forehand from almost outside the doubles alley.
Yeah, in the green.
Jeez. And then plays an off speed inside out.
Yeah, and you know if you miss your mark, you're toast.
You're toast.
Yeah.
You've left all the court open.
Once again, Gerard on the add point for Hewitt, being too good on the return, just too big, strong. First one down the line, last one cross
Yeah,
court.
it's so hard to get back-to-back points on Joe right now. I mean, you got to win 2 in a row to get out of the game. It's just, he's making it very tough on Alfie.
Really tough there. Coach giving him a nod, letting him know this is how you do it. Just real positive body language, quiet, but Joe looking over, getting that reassuring nod from the coach. There you go.
Missed first serve.
I think we're going to get a little animation from Joe here if he gets this break.
You know, typically when Joe's quiet,
that's good.
it's a good
Well, I
sign
think if
for
he'd
him.
have produced a winner for the game,
He
yes,
might have been a little more
he
animated.
got a freebie on that one. So
Kind of go
stays
back
composed.
to that. Go back to that 1-1 game. You know, Alfie had some opportunities to jump ahead, and he didn't get it. And then the pressure's on, and had a chance here and didn't get it. And now we're starting to see that gap.
Yeah, the critical games don't always come at the end. I mean,
No,
obviously,
for
it's
sure.
down the stretch when things are 4-all, 5-all, that stuff. Yes, of course, but oftentimes the critical game is early.
It is.
I think
It
that
sets
might
the
be an
tone.
example.
That's right. Tone, attitude, energy, all that is affected at key moments in a match. And this is where Joe's going to start to put a little more weight on his ball, and Alfie's going to feel it all.
Squeeze.
Squeeze.
Yeah, Joe got to the 5-2 point in the first set here. He gets to 4-1, it would feel eerily similar. Look at that. Big ace out wide.
A couple free points. Loose return on the first point. Ace on the second point. It's going quick. I think with Joe, you know, he's one of those guys you want to keep out there and grind him, but short points definitely favor him.
And the points are coming short.
Yeah.
Error. Ace. Error.
Yeah. Alfie's got to dig in here somehow.
Oh,
Wow.
yeah, dig into that.
Dig into that.
Jeez,
Right.
4 straight. Hold at love and possibly may have just locked up another NEC Singles Masters Championship. Look at the just loose arm, target. Boy, he is in a quiet zone right there, right now.
You say one of the, if not the best serve ever in wheelchair tennis. We know the biggest.
Hard to argue.
Technically speaking.
Technically beautiful,
he's
perfect.
Outstanding. And he's got the right build, the right length.
Yeah. He would be the
So,
prototype. He would be the
yeah,
model.
he would be the
could
model,
create one.
no
yeah.
doubt.
And it's update on Court 2. Oh, is that match just completed? It is indeed just completed. It's Jordan Wiley taking 3rd place in the match against Marjolaine Baus with straight set victory 6-2, 6-4. Congratulations to Jordan on a phenomenal tournament. Her first NEC Singles Masters back after some time off. What a great year she's had to get herself back into the top 10, top 5. And again, 2020, don't count her out. Alfie Hewitt almost counted out here. I mean, really in trouble.
This is going to take a monumental effort from Alfie.
Down a
Talk
set.
about a mountain.
Oh, man. That's a big mountain of a man right there.
Big one.
Just out.
Yep.
Boy, that's a big second serve by Alfie. And again, that's back to that. May have to try to be better than what he normally would want to have to be. But that's might be what it takes to get some points against Joe here today.
You would hope, you know, as coaches, you know, we would think this is where he's got to make a stand. One last hard push in this game to try and stop the bleeding a little bit. A lot, not just a little.
Yeah.
Right. If he can somehow hold on to this game, he can kind of work his way back into it possibly.
This almost feels like an able-bodied ATP match where Joe is like, I'm up 4-1. I'll just serve this thing out.
Yeah.
Let Alfie have his service. I mean,
Yeah.
almost gets that feeling to where players on the ATP Tour typically in the men's game, hey, if they get to the 4-1 spot, they're serving it out. They don't need to break. And you almost get that feeling with Joe right now. Supremely confident on the serve.
You get up 2 breaks, and you're Joe Girard. It doesn't really matter who you're playing. It's going to be very difficult to get through. So Alfie's picking away at it here. Okay. Again, another reason for getting the ball back in play, right?
Kind of loose approach there, but got a little dividend paid unexpectedly. 2 points to hold here.
Again, kind of not quite enough on that second to the forehand side. It's going to get punished.
Very businesslike right now. There's the hold.
There's the hold.
Now if he gets it to 4-2, but still got a pretty big gap here in the second set, down 1 set to love already. And facing the Gerard serve. Joe content to get some balls in play here, force Alfie to have to make shots, and Alfie up to the task.
I think if Alfie can keep the attitude positive and keep pushing hard, keep working hard, I don't see Joe putting too much on the gas pedal right now to get out of this thing. I think he's, like you said earlier, he's going to try and maybe just serve his way out. You got to be careful with that.
Yeah, one misstep and Hewitt's in, right?
And he's right back. You almost, you let your foot off the gas a little too much, and Alfie's played a lot of big matches. He senses an opportunity and keeps the intensity up. Finds himself back in the match.
Yeah, he kind of wants a lull right now. He wants the energy to just kind of come out of this, almost like a deflation of the intensity all of a sudden.
Yeah, you're not done at 4-2.
No. Wow, impressive point by Gerard there, using the entirety of the court way back on the wall at one point.
It's out of the camera's view.
Yeah.
And the very next hit, he's near the service line. Incredible. Great return.
Hewitt big off the return there. Yeah, honestly, there's a different feeling right on the court right now.
Mm-hmm.
Just like neither one of them.
Alfie's got like a quiet intensity right now, and Joe
needs to almost pick it up a little bit
flat.
Maybe.
Not entirely flat, but
almost
maybe kind of hoping Alfie was going to go away. And it hasn't happened.
That's an unforced error there that Joe pumps his fists on, happy to get. I think sometimes those benefit you more than the winner. Yeah, I think, Joe, we've talked about he's can be an emotional player, and so obviously working on keeping his emotions in check, but there's that fine line between not allowing your natural self to come through.
Becomes disruptive.
Naturally,
right?
he wants to be fiery and stuff, and you got to have enough of that. It's just really balancing it.
Yeah, that's been a challenge for him. Too flat, too intense.
Really looks like he's almost looking to settle into a counter-puncher role. Just say, all right, Alfie, you want to do some big things? Go for it. I'll defend until I get something easy.
I mean, he looks so relaxed.
Golly, it is. I mean, I'm thinking it's not serving him well, but here he is at 40-30, and he is just quietly going about his business, showing that he doesn't just have to bang and hit big to win points. Just moving Hewitt around the court.
Just the sound coming from Alfie's side of the court versus Joe's. Very quiet, stealth-like versus grind. Look at that.
Oh, man.
Wow.
And just so quiet right now. So incredibly quiet. But hard to argue. Second set that he's up 5-2, so who are we to say,
Yeah.
you know, how Joe should be managing his emotions. He's got things working his way, in control, very large and in charge right now at 5-2 up in a setup.
I just reflect back to last year's final against Shingo, where they split, and we all thought Shingo's going to take control of the match, and Joe did exactly what he's doing now. He got very quiet, very focused, and rolled Shingo in that third set. So we're kind of right back in that same situation where he's taking complete control of this.
Joe's coach sending a little message to the airline saying, looks like we'll make our departure time. We're good to go. We're on track. Everything's working.
We're ordering the fillets for lunch. We're upgrading on lunch.
Have the Cristal iced.
Iced and ready to go. Maybe being bumped to business class, just having Joe pay for it.
All right, it's now Alfie Hewitt serving to stay in the match and try to hold off the defending champion. But it's Gerard who has looked just too good, too strong so far today. It ain't over till it's over. The great Yogi Berra line. Just long.
One point at a time, as we heard over the years. It does work from time to time. Really shrink your world, right? And focus on one point. Don't get caught up in the score and how far back you have to go. Just stay present and remain in your process, and good things typically happen.
Oh,
Wow.
maybe a backbreaker there, right? Something like that that just totally disrupts your flow and like, really? You're going to do that to me too, bro? 15 all.
I'm feeling Joe thinks he's in control of this match.
Yeah, I think
completely.
Yeah, it's a rare feeling when you just got everything working right and you're like, I got it all at my disposal right now. That one would have caught line, I think Alfie would have just said, let's go, let's shake hands now. I mean, right? Like, really? Drop shot me, lob me, pound me? Yeah, but not in, so.
Alfie inside, Joe does a little pirouette, turns around, right. With the lob winner.
Yeah. Shoot me now.
That would have been it. Wow. Just swinging so confidently. No hesitation.
Catches the line this time. The angle. Great job by Hewitt. Gives himself a chance here to keep this set and match alive.
It's not done yet. Wow. A dribbler to get you a match point.
Wow.
Yeah.
Here we are. First crack at it.
I think he's going to hit it.
Not a good feeling for Hewitt. Second serve here against Gerard. First match point opportunity. Joe guesses right.
Wow.
The Brit fighting it off. Gotta love the courage. Back to deuce. Error by Gerard. Gives Hewitt now a chance to hold. Another match point for Gerard. Oh, back to deuce.
Back to deuce.
Yep, back to deuce. Yep, not bad there.
It's not letting Alfie out of this game.
No, nor is Alfie going away.
No. Just a flat error there.
Yep, a little bit of a Rena Falcone, or color analyst throughout most of the week, talks about that as a bit of a cop-out shot there. Go early to a choice like that. Second match point erased.
Lights it off.
And the more you just keep chiseling away and erasing the match points, everybody knows how many you had. Joe will know. Force him to serve it out.
That's it.
You know, so he's been used to holding. So what? All of a sudden, maybe he doesn't hold. And what's the damage done if that happens?
That's right.
How much of a bump does Alfie get then?
Well, find a little energy here in Alf. Gets himself a game point.
It's the classic let somebody hang around kind of mode right here.
Yeah. Again, we've seen it at the highest levels happen. Turn happens.
finally the pent-up frustration unleashed there by Hewitt, and I think rightfully so. Good to get rid of that. Big deep breath there probably now and regroup.
Just regroup. Back to deuce. I mean, he's playing well, so it's not the time to lose it.
I think Joe would be wise to just kind of step it up a little bit here.
Yeah.
Really put a little bit more pressure on Alfie. Both players showing the versatility, going into the slice exchange. Ultimately, Gerard coming out on top, forcing the error.
Winning those longer points has made a difference.
Indeed, another match point for Gerard. He defends, and there it is, the error by Hewitt. Defending champion Joe Gerard repeats, winning his 4th NEC Singles Masters title, 2nd in a row. Quietly, just incredibly pumped to have defended his title here this year in Orlando. Another great performance by the big Belgian. Going one over to celebrate that victory with his coach right there. Wow. Big, hard high five to Damien. Frustrated Alfie Hewitt, who I think just couldn't break through Gerard today.
It's such a monumental task with Joe playing the way he's playing. Joe just didn't let him in. I mean, I think a lot of players count on Joe to give you some wiggle room, and today just nothing.
First serve of the match, big bomb up the tee to start things off for Joe on his service game. In, gets the first point of the match, and from that point on, almost essentially never gave the lead. Never gave the lead back, not once. Hewitt won all, had a chance to get it. We talked about that game being hypercritical, we thought, at the moment. I think we're correct in that analysis, to be honest with you. And 2-1 for Hewitt would have been a remarkable difference in this match, but it wasn't. It was Gerard who sustained and persevered and has now another NEC Masters title in his pocket.
It's 4. Wow. 4 pretty good titles to have.
So we will have a trophy presentation, of course, center court here, as it has been customary with our UNIQLO Doubles Masters and NEC Singles Masters championships. Upon completion, great moments here on center court. We will follow this up with coverage of our final match of the day, the women's final. It's going to be a great one as well. World number 1, Dita de Groot versus world number 2, Yui Kamiji. So stay with us for all of that coverage. We will be back to bring you that final match when those players arrive on court. Enjoy the ceremony on center court.
before we begin our finals award presentation for the Wheelchair Tennis Singles Masters for Men 2019, we'd like to present the bronze medals for this competition. Ladies and gentlemen, now welcome bronze medalist from the women's singles, Jordan Wiley of Great Britain, being presented her bronze medal by Jackie Nesbitt, representing the International Tennis Federation. Our bronze finalists for the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters Men's Open Division Singles 2019. Please welcome Toshiyasu Nakao, the General Manager for NEC Corporation, presenting the bronze medal to Shingo Kunieda. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now get started with the prize-giving ceremony for the NEC Wheelchair Singles Masters Men's Final. Please put your hands together for our wonderful ball crew. I now introduce on court our special guests, who will be presenting our finalists with their just rewards. Here with us today we have Mr. Toshiyasu Nakao, General Manager, NEC Corporation. Mr. Kurt Bender, International Tennis Federation Wheelchair Tennis Committee member. Mrs. Joanne Wallen, USTA Director of Adult Competition, and UNIQLO NEC Masters Wheelchair Singles Masters Tournament Director. And now, for the players, please put your hands together for our runner-up, Alfie Hewitt. For the runner-up, Mr. Kurt Bender will present our runner-up with his medal. Mr. Toshiyasu Nakao will now present the runner-up trophy. Alfie, congratulations on the week. A tough loss. Joe played really hard. But other than that, an amazing week for you. Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I'm very happy to reach the final.
Take it.
yeah, I'm very happy to reach the final. Obviously, it's a prestigious event, so to make it to the end of the week here, I'm obviously very proud of that. I obviously want to thank the guys that have been with me this week, who are over there in the corner, not just for the week, obviously for the year as well. It's been a bit of a roller coaster of a year, you could say, but it's good to end on high. And thanks to Donna and everyone back home, family, guys back at home who have obviously been working with me. And yeah, obviously I'd really like to be back next year and get some downtime now and get some prepping for Australia. So yeah, thank you everyone who obviously turned out and came and watched us today, and for all the organisers, the sponsors, and obviously USDA for hosting us here at such a wonderful centre. Thank you.
Alfie Hewitt, ladies and gentlemen. And finally, please welcome back on court our very own 2019 NEC Wheelchair Singles Masters Men's Champion, Joachim Gerard. Now on to our champion, Mr. Kurt Bender, who will present the medal to the winner, Joachim Gerard. Mrs. Joanne Wallen has the individual winner's trophy, which our champion can keep and cherish. Mr. Toshiyasu Nakao will now present the NEC Wheelchair Singles Masters Perpetual Trophy. Congratulations, Joe. Another win, another year. How do you feel right now?
Really happy. Yeah, it's amazing to win this tournament. And by the way, yeah, thanks to the organization and everything, it's a pleasure to come here. It's a beautiful venue, and the organization is wonderful. For that, why I'm here, because of multiple people. First, my coach with who I worked for 3 months. Now I think the job we made paid, and we will pay it again. So thanks to you. Thanks to all the staff, my staff who's watching, I think, home. Thanks to them. Thanks to my family, the people who support me over there. Thanks to my angel, to many people who are over there who support me and help me to be here. So yeah, it's unbelievable to win this one 4 times in 5 years. I don't know how. I cannot explain. It's wonderful to be here and to win this one, and I'm looking forward to come next year and maybe try this time win both. But yeah, it was a wonderful week anyway.
Joachim Gerard, ladies and gentlemen. One last round of applause for our 2019 finalists and our reigning champion, Joachim Gerard. And ladies and gentlemen, be sure to stay with us for our next match, the NEC Wheelchair Singles Masters
And that wraps up the presentation of the trophy to Joachim Gerard and the other participants who made it to this point in the tournament. Coming up momentarily will be the women's final, the last match of the tournament, Dita de Groot versus Yui Kamiji. So please come back, stay with us through the duration of this one. Last day of coverage coming up momentarily.
Masters Women's Final. Please welcome on court the officials that will be helping out during today's final. The chair umpire presiding over this match is Carla Brandenburger. And now, please welcome on court our NEC Wheelchair Masters Singles Masters Women's Finalists. Firstly, we have Groot of the Netherlands, who is currently ranked #1 in the women's singles rankings. Contending for the singles masters title, we have Hewitt of Japan, who is currently ranked #2 in the women's singles rankings. Groot earned her place in today's final by winning all 3 of her matches in the round-robin phase of the event this week. She then beat Jordan Wiley of Great Britain 6-4, 7-5 in the semifinals. Groot is a 2-time NEC Masters Women's Singles Champion after winning the title for the last 2 years. She is therefore looking to complete a hat-trick this year. UNIQLO reached this year's final by winning all 3 of her round-robin matches. She then beat Marilyn Buis of the Netherlands 7-5, 7-6 in the semifinals. UNIQLO is the only non-Dutch player to win the NEC Wheelchair Singles Masters Women's title after earning victory in 2013. We hope you all enjoy watching our finalists in action and wish both players the best of luck.
All right, we are now here with our champion, defending champion, Joe. It's not just one, but it's 2 in a row. Oh, we're off. All right, no technical difficulties. We're here with NEC Singles Masters champion Joachim Gerard from Belgium. Joe, congratulations on defending your title here in Orlando. That's quite an accomplishment. Not many people over the course of the history of this sport have been able to defend such a title as this. Congratulations to you. How do you feel right now?
Very, very happy because, yeah, like you said, it's never easy to defend a title like this. So, no, I'm really happy to win this victory and looking forward to do better and better every year now. Why not?
Why not is right. You've had big wins over everybody there is in the game that you need to have big wins against to win a title like this. Mm-hmm. So what was the difference today? Are you able to pinpoint anything that was the difference today between you and Alfie?
I think we were both maybe nervous, stressed, I don't know, but the match was really intense and we made a lot of mistakes. And I think today I could stay calm, not be mad on me. I really try to stay calm and get the focus on my tennis, and I could do it at the right moment and make the breaks or my service game well too.
Yeah, it was evident to us in the broadcast that you, from start to finish, I mean, I made the comment that serve #1 right from the start, in big, and it got you off to a good start. You held, and then you got up to a 2-0 lead. Alfie evened it up at 2-all in that first set, but then you jumped out again 3-2, and from that point on, first set, second set, you never once let him get the lead. And how critical is that? We pinpointed that in set #2 at 1-all. There was a critical chance for Alfie to go up 2-1, and we think that might have been a big moment. Any thoughts on that?
No, I know it's a good, really good fighter, so I know you don't have to give him too much. If you give him too much, and when he get the lead, he wants to do more and go for the win. We saw it yesterday against Shingo. Shingo let the open a little bit open, and he went for it. And I really didn't want to let him be forward in one set or the other one. So I just tried to be the leader and until the end, and that's what happened.
So what is it about the NEC Singles Masters? Is it the format? Can we put our finger on it? Can you put your finger on it? I'm sure you've been asked this question before, but you seem to be able to dominate this event. Haven't had the big breakthrough yet in a Grand Slam, for example. example, and I don't want to, take away from this moment, which is phenomenal. But you're ready, 2020, to break through and give us a Grand Slam title?
Yeah, I'm ready. I think we have to continue the work that I made with my new coach for 3 months now. I just want to play like that, play free, be focused on the right things. I think the whole work that we do with all my staff at home pay, and we just have to still continue like this and keep going, and it will pay one times even more in Grand Slams.
Right. So let's just say, of the 4 Grand Slams, is there one of those surfaces, for example, that if you say, hey, listen, if I'm going to break through, it would likely be fill in the blank because, man, that surface really suits my game?
It's pretty easy to answer. I think Wimbledon is one of the best for me, but I already showed that I can win a tournament on each surface, so I think there is not really a tournament for me. I just need to play my game, be there with my mental, with my game, and the rest maybe I can win one or maybe more in 1 year.
Oh, I think everybody that knows your game and knows the sport is very confident. I don't think the rest of these guys want you to break through. I think they're trying to say, listen, give them the NEC Masters title, but we don't want them to start breaking through on these Grand Slams.
That's maybe what happened. They let me win like that. I'm happy for the year. It was, for the information, it's my only title of the year.
Right.
So I'm really happy to finish like this. But I want to have more titles or more finals in the Grand Slams, like I said. So I'm going to work for it and give everything.
No doubts there. And for all of us who really do know the sport, honestly, we just think you're probably the greatest player to not have won a Grand Slam yet, and that should just be a compliment to you, because we do recognize you as one of the greats in the sports currently right now. Hey, this trophy is pretty nice here. You've got a couple of them already. Are they all the same, or do you have some different ones?
No, it's my second like that. I really like it. It's really nice, and when the sun go on it, the multiple color go out, so we don't see it maybe the camera a little bit.
Right.
But so it's my second one like that, and when I won twice the Masters in Great Britain, it's a crystal bowl, very nice too. So no. By the way, it doesn't matter if it's nice or not. It's what the
symbolizes.
feeling is. Yeah, symbolize to me. I got some trophy that don't look like anything, right. But I'm pleased to watch them and remember what was the
moments that brought you to those trophies. Right. Yeah, exactly right. Well, when are you heading home? Tomorrow, I assume?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, and then it's a rest period, and then the whole cycle begins up again, and you'll be heading down under. Will you be playing both lead-up tournaments to the Grand Slam down under, or will you just be playing one leading up to the Grand Slam?
All of them.
Yeah. Okay, so you'll go down there for the Super Series and the ITF 1, and then lead it right into the Grand Slam. So, Joe, we want to thank you again for giving us some time. I want to congratulate you once again, defending your title, an amazing accomplishment. You are the king of the NEC Singles Masters world once again. Our singles champion, men's singles champion, Joe Girard, and we're going to let him go and continue to celebrate. We're going to focus now on the women's final. Joe, congratulations. Always a pleasure to spend some time with you. We're proud of you, and good luck, and have a great holiday. All right. All right, we'll be coming right back up here on center court with the women's finals. I think they've just completed their warm-up, and we'll pick up coverage there, and we'll finish this day off right. So stay with us. And in the blink of an eye, it's just like that. We're live. First point of the first set of the last match. Women's final. Dee to Groot versus Yui Kamiji. World 1 versus World 2. We don't see that very often. I'm Paul Walker, joined by Irina Falconi, back in our booth for the last time. Irina?
Well, hopefully for the last time this year. Hopefully I'll be back next year.
I like the sound of that. I love the sound of that. So yeah, we're not saying we're done forever. We're just saying we're done maybe for now. One more to go here. And boy, it's been a great day of singles action, NEC singles action here. It's David Wagner who opened up our action this morning with the quad title, his 11th all-time, a remarkable feat, having gone a straight set victory over Niels Vink. And we just watched Joe Girard defeat Alfie Hewitt in the men's final, again in straight sets. 2 easy performances. Not easy, I mean, not easy at all, but straight sets generally leads you to believe it's easier than going 3. We'll see what the women have in store for us today. Probably a 4-hour marathon that, we have to order out dinner for or something.
Well, I was watching a little bit of that Girard match, and yeah, I mean, he was just, we kind of said the comment yesterday about just being too good, and that's what it looked like today. Yeah,
he never relented on Hewitt. I mean, just again, I talked about it in the interview there, and never once allowed Alfie to get the lead, and just the difference it made for him to stay in front and make Alfie chase. Yeah. That was it. So, the left-handed Kamiji versus the world number 1 de Groot. Kamiji's forehand winner gets it to 30 all. Former world number 1 right there. Trying to climb back up and possibly get back into that position.
Can't really get any closer having a match between 1 and 2, can you?
Not much, not much. Yeah, and by and large, these two have separated themselves from the pack. It's been Aniek van Koot who's mixed in some phenomenal appearances on the tour and performances on the tour this year, but more or less in the big moments throughout the last year and a half, it's been these two with the majority of wins on the tour.
They probably know each other's games very well.
Well, we heard Dita in one of the interviews the other day talk about how she's very aware of some changes that Yui has made in her game to be more competitive, and I think it's straight up because of Dita. I mean, it's not like Yui's not beating anybody else. She's beating everybody else. She's just struggled to beat Dita. And so kind of making adjustments to say, hey, what do I need to do to beat this one particular player, which is kind of a unique approach, really, I think.
Yeah, I remember when Martina Hingis was playing, she was dominating, number 1 in the world, winning all the slams, and then the Williams sisters decided to show up. And all of a sudden she was like, all right, well, what do I have to do to beat this player now?
I think that's exactly what we're seeing here. About a 1,500 point separation between these two and 1 and 2, though, so that's fairly large. It's not like if Yui were to win this or anything like that, she'd overtake or anything. It's still Dita pretty well established up there on number 1, and Yui fairly well established at number 2. So, as I mentioned, these two have kind of separated themselves.
Great shot.
And de Groot with the early break. The strength of the Dutch girl. Just so fit, so strong. That's how I think she's separated herself from the pack. I think she's maybe one of the first, not first girls to really commit to the strength and conditioning, but I think she's really taken it to another level. Fitness is just off the charts strong. Showing good energy there.
That's the kind of start you want. A few return winners. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if she's feeling pretty darn good about herself right now.
You would think, right?
Yeah. See if we see a little bit of that aggression that you're saying here from Kamiji on the second serve. That's just a tough shot to hit. It's the highest part of the net. Even if she would have gotten that over, I mean, Dita would probably be there, make Kamiji go, have the rest of the court open. That's a tough shot.
Sure is. 15 all is. These two have met 8 times. This is the 9th meeting this year alone.
Wow.
Only 12 months in a year last time I checked, so they're meeting pretty frequently.
Yeah.
And it's the group with a 6-2 advantage in the head-to-head meetings this year, but over the course of their careers, it's pretty close. 15 to de Groot and 14 for Comigi.
Oh, wow.
The majority of those coming to Comigi early. And then it's been vast majority to de Groot in the last several years as she's really found her game and emerged as the true #1 in the world. The 2 wins for Comigi this year, both 3-setters. One down in Melbourne at a lead-up tournament to the Grand Slam, and the other looks like the World Team Cup team competition.
At this stage, honestly, I have to wonder, like, you see Novak and Nadal and Federer and Nadal. I mean, you play so many times, you know each other's games inside out. I mean, there has to be some sort of familiarity, but at the same time, I mean, it's got to be tough to come in and have to produce the same thing over and over again against the same player.
Yeah, it's tough, I think, right? It's like, geez, it would be nice to see somebody different once in a while, right? Yeah, just almost like refreshing. But nonetheless, when you've separated yourselves like these two have, it's just going to be the way it goes. Right. And the rest of the pack's going to be forced to catch up.
Right. The elite play the elite, right?
Yeah,
that's what you got to see.
1-1. Embrace the challenge.
Mm-hmm.
You know, ultimately, tennis players are truly just looking to be the best tennis player they can be, and in order to do that, you need those rivals, right, to push you and to force you, to not allow you to be complacent. And so I think both of these girls have been pushing one another. It was Yui who was probably a little bit more established a little earlier. Dita overtakes her, then starts pushing Yui to answer.
Good serve there. That lefty spin, I mean, it's tricky.
You hear the wheels squeaking there as Comigi pulls into her spot. Phenomenal mobility patterns we'll see by Comigi there. Both girls very fluid in the chair, but Comigi with just great quickness in the chair. De Groot with power in the chair. Probably maybe a bigger top-end speed, but Comigi quicker, a little bit more agile. Short adjustments, able to really cover ground, always in position.
Great shot.
Yeah, I mean, that was the difference for De Groot. Comigi was wreaking havoc for a period of time on the tour with these high looping balls that, you know, she could just repeat and stay in long rallies with, and players were just always so frustrated and couldn't kind of swing their way out of it. But it was De Groot with the power off both sides that, you know, learned how to handle that high ball, and that's a great example of how she's able to combat that, just hit through it.
In the juniors, there's a negative connotation to those kind of players. Pusher, yes, yes, the moonballers.
Yeah.
But you know what? Once you get a little more established, you get a little bit older, if you become an aggressive pusher and you have high, heavy balls, I mean, is this still considered a negative? Like, is there still a negative connotation?
I don't think so.
No,
it's different. Whole different ball game there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and again, Yui does not just rely on that anymore. I mean, that is one of the, I think, changes she's made to her game. She's still capable of doing that, but she's able to get in, look for more offensive opportunities. Right there, for example, takes a little bit more of a cut at it. Well, out of the blue, you and I have just been delivered a little treat, an iced coffee to get us down
through the day.
Just get us through the day, get us
finish off
fired up down the stretch here. A welcome little treat to the booth and the broadcast.
Thanks, Coach Jason.
Yes, very much so. Again, there's the slightly adjusted game of Comigi, willing to kind of slug it out a little bit. Not a big, powerful player, but recognizing she has to create offensive opportunities for herself. And now, just like that, Vantage Comigi with a chance to go up 2-1. Critical for her, I think, to get off to a good start. There's a little angle ball, right? Groot gets it back. What a great get. Wow. Just fully extended there by Groot just to fight that one off. And that's the strength we talked about there, the core strength and the reach. It's a big point there. That's a great shot of somebody looking poised to do damage, right?
Pounce, ready to pounce.
Exactly. There it is. Great look. I love that shot. Ready position. That's the equivalent.
I think that's going to be the key there, just finding aggressive returns. I mean, just picking your spot and going for it, knowing that you might miss a few, but she has to take some cuts there.
Yeah.
I think early on kind of set the tone.
I think that was a lot of energy coming off that great get, that great point that she fought off the hold, fired up to go aggressive there.
Yeah, that's tough.
Our first changeover, 2-1 to Groot. Pretty standard stuff. I have to share with our viewers that Irina is being a bad influence on me. She sprinkles about 8 M&Ms here in front of me, as if the iced coffee wasn't going to be enough. Throw that on my little plate in front of me here. Yeah, there they are, right there. That one, bad influence, trying to get me to be a bad boy, and I will accept the challenge. And yeah, we're 2-1. to Groot versus Comigi, Paul Walker and Irina Falcone here. It has been a joy to get to know you a little bit. First time we'd met at the beginning of this competition. You've been here every day. You've been such a rock for us, sharing the commentary.
Literally.
Oh, literally. Look at you now getting so comfortable with that. She's 2 days into being engaged, and she's so comfortable with that rock on her finger now. Yeah, but again, we can't give you enough congratulations to that. Big life moment for you, of course. And so we're just really thankful that you've now really immersed yourself in the world of wheelchair tennis and almost considered a subject matter expert.
Wow. I was fangirling a little bit there while you were interviewing Gerard there, and I was like, oh my gosh, I need a picture real quick. So, yeah. It's amazing how quickly, like, you just become so immersed in it. I mean, you become invested, and that's been, I think, the most fun for me.
I have seen you invest, and we're really appreciative of you even come in and just kind of gone through the motions, like, oh yeah, this is nice. I mean, you fully have invested in saying, wow, this is an amazing aspect of the sport that I had not been exposed to any huge extent to prior to this, and now you're seeing the best of the best. You're getting spoiled a little bit, though. I mean, this is you have come to the pinnacle.
I mean, I think this is my 3rd final that I've done with you. So the men's doubles, women's doubles, and now women's singles. So yes, I've definitely been lucky. So thanks, Brian, for the setup, setting me up there. But yeah, it's been fun. Great shot there. She took that one just a little bit early. Had Comigi. What would it be? Wrong wheeled instead of wrong footed?
Yeah, back behind. Yeah, wrong. I mean, typically we call it hitting behind. Yeah. And that's like wrong footing. Yeah. So if somebody's got their momentum going one way, you just kind of come back behind them.
Yeah.
So wrong wheeling. Yeah, that's good enough terminology. Missed there by de Groot, but still in control here, looking to expand the early lead here in the first set, serving to get it to 3-1.
we don't typically talk aesthetically about players, but the Groot's got some muscles there. And the other day I saw her in the gym, and I was like, all right, honestly, I don't want to get into a
arm
wrestling match with her. I mean, she would just destroy me.
Yeah.
She just looks so strong,
Right.
and it shows on the court.
Really, right? It does. And you don't get you don't get muscles like that by eating M&Ms. I'll tell you that much right now. You know, you got to get in the gym.
Don't be so hard on Chef. I feel something right there. I feel it.
Yeah. I think a little balance in life is good. You got to hit the gym, but an M&M now and again is not going to kill you and not going to, you know, be the difference between being an NEC Singles Masters champ or not.
Yeah.
But it's the long haul discipline that these athletes have to show.
Absolutely.
That is pretty critical. Dita is a gym goer. She's made it the commitment to be a true professional. All these athletes have here. And it's the difference. That's why these two have separated themselves.
Definitely feel like the momentum is just going to Groot right now. Comigi really can't find her game. I don't think just yet.
I agree. And I always defer to you on the feelings, the momentum feelings.
I mean, I don't know whether I've got a 50-50 shot of being right. Like, you know, it's either her going well or the Groot going well or Comigi going well.
That's true. I think you like tapped into their heart rate monitors. You've hacked into their system and you just kind of know looking at the data. Did you work out today? How about, speaking of working out, did you work out today already?
I did work out. I worked out in sand, actually.
In the sand?
In the sand. And it's always tough because the sand makes you feel like the slowest person out there.
Slowest, weakest.
Oh my goodness.
Everything, right?
Trainer's like, you know, be explosive here. And I was like, I'm trying. And sure enough, we went on the turf right after that. And I was like, I feel like lightning here.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
I'm a cheetah.
Yeah. That was
sloth to cheetah.
so fast.
So that's interesting. So it's a kind of a beach volleyball pit out in the back there, right? You utilize that sand area.
So it's two volleyball courts. Like they're huge volleyball courts, and I mean it's just such an awesome little, like, I guess, fun thing that the USTA had for the players. Be able to just go out back in the gym and boom, you're in the sand. It's pretty awesome.
Comigi 40-15 now. Chance to get it to 3-2. Oof, there's the power of the Groot right there. One massive swing of the forehand, point over. Really looked loose and really looked strong on that swing. There's that ready to pounce position again.
Oh, big return there.
Yeah, Comigi sees her hit the forehand the previous point, thinks, hey, you know what, don't want to feed that one again, so let me go to the backhand, and then you get that.
Yeah, and the same notion though, I feel like the Groot's kind of waiting. She knows she's going to go to that backhand. It's like, all right, I'm just going to give you that T-serve.
It's 3 in a row.
It's just too good right now.
Yep, from 40-15 to now, the Groot with a chance to go 4-1 up and get a headlock on this first set.
I think she heard me. She went T there. Have to give her that though.
These players are starting to respect you and all that you know about the sport. And they're like, if Arena thinks it's a good idea, I'm going to do it. Comigi coming in body. The Groot not able to respond. Error. And back to deuce.
That's a big shot.
Yeah, and that's a little bit of an example of the little bit bigger ball that Kamiji's made a commitment to hitting.
It was almost like as if she flattened it out just a tiny bit.
100% agree. That used to be typically another loop ball, heavy spin, but that flattened out ability to penetrate the court. Nice addition to her game. The Groot side to side,
Great
fights
one,
off
too.
another point.
She's returning exceptionally well. Kamiji's got to be feeling the pressure right now on her serve, you know?
I would think so. I mean, it's typically not, you know, she's kind of like a Martina Hingis, great player, but not big on the serve. Just to use an example. Maybe a Wozniacki, right, as well, somewhat. Another chance for Kamiji to hold here, though.
Got a little jam there. Went
Yep.
right at her. One of the things just watching, obviously, I haven't seen much of the group, but one of the things I've noticed that, I mean, when she has time, she wants that forehand.
Oh, yeah.
She's waiting till the last possible second to just rip it.
Very capable as we see her hit her third backhand in a row, but
Yeah.
clearly that ball right there, that forehand, great
good
shot by
shot.
Kamiji. Yeah,
good
without
shot.
question, she is hunting forehands. But it's the forehand from Kamiji that delivers the blow there.
It's going to be a forehand showdown today. Too good. It's almost like she's just waiting for it, and it's just right
Watch
in her
Kamiji
strike
once
zone.
she
Yeah.
turns to that left side, ad side.
Yeah.
Groot knows down the line, no answer. I think I had mentioned in one of the other broadcasts when we were watching Dita play that I think one of the areas where she's separated is her neutral ball. I mean, in an exchange like this, that ball right there, well, that's neutral, but it's an excessive ball that just could create a problem, possibly get you a short one.
Yeah.
And there it is, for example, right? Then she goes hunting forehands and looks to...
Right here, look at. Yeah, that's just too good.
All based off of just a excessive neutral ball that is better than I think everybody else is in the game right now.
Yeah. Typically, Yannick's rackets are a little bit heavier than most. That's what I've heard from other players. And, I mean, so with her physique, with her ability to just have so much weight on that ball, I mean,
Heavy.
not surprised.
Heavy racket, heavy
Yeah.
ball, right? Yeah. Yeah, probably not a lot of players that could, you know, women players that could swing that and generate the right amount of racket speed to do the damage that she's doing. Kamiji doing everything she can. Stay in this fight early.
I was just gonna say that's I'm sure what her coaches are just, hey, stay in it, stay close, don't let her distance herself too far away.
Long running game here. Back and forth, each player having a chance to close, but not yet getting it done. Yeah, there's, you know, Irina and I are looking at each other thinking another deuce game. It just seems like when we get together, it's like game without deuces is like a game without sunshine, right?
Yep.
And we don't have those. We don't have any days without sunshine here in Florida.
Yeah.
We don't have matches without deuce when I'm calling a match with you.
Oh man, it would be a rarity to not have a deuce talk amongst us.
A deuce fest.
Yeah.
Groot on the defensive there. Error forced and back 2.
Deuce.
There it is.
Maybe if they were saying it in a different language, it would be not as fun, or maybe we wouldn't have as many, but a lot of deuces for us.
Yeah. This is stacking up to be a pretty momentum swinging game, I think.
Yeah. I'm calling it. Calling a big return winner here.
Right here, right now?
Yes. If I'm right, you should go play the lottery or something. I'll tell you a few numbers. Go play them.
Okay.
Oh.
That was hard middle.
Yep.
In control of the point, but.
Oh. Heavy.
Oof, there's that forehand you talked about.
Yeah. Just taking it a tiny bit early.
Yeah, right? Yeah, a little bit.
Hard middle.
Maintaining that baseline
Boom,
position
right
there.
here.
Short ball.
Yep.
One push in, just like a step, right?
Finding that angle.
I'm calling it right here, right now.
For a break or
Big
for
return.
Oh. Oh. We should never make calls anymore.
It's like the Willy Wonka never-ending gobstopper.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the never-ending deuce game.
Groot wants that 4-1 lead bad. But I know Kamiji's like, I need this game.
Desperately need 3-2.
Yep.
And yeah.
Yeah.
It's just funny how these patterns get. Yeah, you played long enough, obviously. Pattern gets established. Can't win a point on the deuce side, and all of a sudden you can't win a point on the ad side, and when you finally do on the deuce side, then you don't get it on the ad.
Yeah.
It's just it's tennis, right?
Yep.
It's a crazy one.
That's why I'm sure they changed it to no ad scoring in doubles, because one partner would be, oh, no problem, the deuce side. Other partner.
Oh, there's another one of the big Groot forehands. Kamiji not able to get it out of the middle, paying the price. There's that ball. Kamiji continues to stay in play.
Yep.
Forced Groot out of the center, and out of the center she comes.
That's the one thing Groot's kind of doing is making Kamiji, she keeps her guessing, you know. Heavy. It's just out.
I didn't hear an
He
out
didn't
call.
call it.
Did not hear an out
Oh,
call.
goodness.
And Dita, you got a pretty good look.
Even the
and thought
coaches
maybe
are
that
looking,
one-
are like, hey, take it. It's like, yeah. I think Kamiji's camp knows that it was long as well.
Okay. I don't think Dita has anything to worry about because it's going back to deuce. So she's not concerned.
Yeah.
It's almost a lock.
It's too good.
That is too good right there. Painting the line. Big moment. Really stayed composed if that indeed was maybe a missed call there.
Yeah,
Didn't let it get to her.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, you know, it's very typical for some players. Like, that was out, you know, you might get a little flustered, and then the next one you might just do a early error in the beginning of the point. But she was like, all right, no problem, next point, I got this. That indecision there, I think.
Yep, ever so slightly.
Yep.
Rolled over the top.
Yep.
Wish we had access to stats so we could see it. What number of deuces we're at here now? I gotta think we're in just this game
say
alone.
11.
Where you're saying 11?
I'm saying
So we're
11.
definitely double digits, right?
Yeah.
All to get us to 4-1 or 3-2.
Yeah. Nice shot.
Meiji just keeps pouring it on.
That's the one thing. I mean, Kamiji's serve is not huge. That's what you're going to find typically on women's tour. And so de Groot is just like, all right, let me see where you're going with that chair, and I'm going to go exactly where you're not.
Yep. Yeah, I just hate that, or have to think that if she does not get this hold, absolute backbreaker, right?
Yeah.
I mean, has had so many cracks at it, so many opportunities, just hasn't been able to break through. I don't think it's as detrimental to Dita. Another opportunity lost. I mean, I think do something to almost disrupt the rhythm here. I mean, really take a lot of time.
Yeah.
Totally just break this rhythm.
Yeah. I agree.
Same thing here. Break the rhythm again. I mean, we've been to this place so many times now. Make her wait to return again. Maybe go a foot to the left. I don't know, anything. Just a different look, a different angle, something. Clearly she's comfortable seeing it come from this location.
Yeah. Back behind her. That seems to be the play for both of these players.
Oh, this
It's
is
a great
point that,
serve, too.
Yeah. This point gets established here, and Kamiji with a chance to do something.
Slice and dice.
Goes behind. It's de Groot that finds the mark there. Been a while since she's had an ad point.
Yeah.
Mostly in Kamiji's favor, probably about four or five straight almost, it seems like.
It's important, I think, here for Kamiji to get that first serve.
Yeah, her first serve percentage has been high throughout this game. And not a weapon, so she knows she has to keep first serves in.
Big ball there.
Going hard middle. Now trouble.
Oh,
Fights
man.
it off.
Fights it off.
Impressive.
Even that one made me clap too.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, that's under big time stress and duress as the answer.
And I mean, de Groot didn't play a bad point there. I don't think she did anything wrong. Big heavy shots.
Yeah, I thought there was a couple of shots where it looked like she was going to take control of the point, but didn't quite get it.
pretty.
I think we can get an ISO by chance. I don't know on Comigi, that point there. You see how she's right hand, which is her non-racket hand, non-dominant hand, just totally in charge of that chair. So it's just like, see that?
Yeah.
Barely using the racket at all. Just that one hand, just body, and look at that. It allows her to prep that racket. Great shot there. Thank you for all our workers back live right now. Great job there by our crew to get us that quick look in at Comigi's maneuvering the chair.
We're back live, and what's the score, Paul?
I think it's 15 all or something.
Deuce here.
We're going to be getting close to 20 now. I mean, it's been like 10 minutes since I asked you the last time, and you had us at 11.
It's been a minute.
Almost feel like the tournament referee should come out, call timeout, and the next deuce, call timeout, and say, girls, come to the net. We need to talk about this. Somebody needs to do something here. Well, it just goes to show you the will of both, really the will of both of these players. And there it is, the breakthrough finally by de Groot. What a relief for her. A lot less so for Comigi, going down 4-1 after putting up an incredible battle. You know, we talked, Irina, I think in the early part of the week about what it takes to put on a tournament like this. Just have to take a minute right now on this break to thank some specific people that have brought this broadcast to us, you know, provided us with so much, and our viewers. So I want to thank our TV production staff, USTA staff, Nick Shukla, Michelle Provenzano, our hardworking interns, Albert Gandikal, Anthony Grimando, our camera operators all around the court here, Jaime Soto, Jose Diaz, Colin McManus, Chris Mahoney, and Peggy Lupica, and of course ITF Media, Beth Lowney, and the number one guy, the big dog, Brian Beglin, the man, the eye in the sky, the voice in our ear, the orchestrator, the maestro. Brian, thank you so much for all your hard work, endless efforts to make this a phenomenal production for our viewers and everybody that's listening and watching all over the world. So thank you so much to all those folks. Couldn't do it without you.
All right, 4-1 here. What do you think? What are you calling? Are we calling her to kind of run away with this one here?
I would have thought breaking through to get to 4-1, I would definitely say yes. I would think that was, I mentioned I thought that could be a backbreaker for Comigi, but honestly, again, alluded to the will of these two players. She ain't going away.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just not in her DNA. It's not in Dita's. But it's certainly de Groot's to lose right now. I mean, she's in command.
Mm.
And I think so much that game, I think that we just covered there, but probably just exemplifies what we talked about, the familiarity, right?
Mm-hmm. That's a tough word to say.
It can be. If you've been eating M&Ms all day, it'd be tough, but I haven't dived into my pile yet, so I'm still able to muscle that one out.
Proud of you. Just FYI, I gave you 10, not 8.
Oh, I did a quick, see, that's the difference. You're detail-oriented. I'm looking, going, 8. You're like hyper-focused. I love that about you.
You know, that's one of the things that you can just see from Comigi. She, like you said, she's not going away. No. I mean, you can just see with that. I mean, and we talk about it all the time. How good do you play when you're down? Mm-hmm. And that's what we might see a little bit more of here.
I think de Groot ultimately has the luxury of knowing that she doesn't tend to probably really worry about the Comigi serve that much, and that she's going to be able to probably get her breaks, and that she just needs to produce a decent service game now and again, and then she can kind of separate. It's just probably going to get a little bit easier looks on her service game. As I say that, of course, it's Comigi 40-15, but if it plays out over the course, I think that's more of the norm.
It's a great shot. Great shot. Yeah, that's too good.
And there's the break back, but still a deficit for Comigi.
That is such a hard shot to hit. I mean, what precision there. Back of the line, made the group back up. I mean, she almost was up against that wall there.
Honestly, I don't think if we don't have the iced coffee after that last deuce game there to get it, I don't know if we make it through. So again, thanks again to those who are willing to provide. It's the week of Thanksgiving here.
Yeah.
Thankful for just something as simple as an iced coffee to get us through a 20 deuce game.
It's the little things.
It can be.
I have another workout that I have to do, so
Oh, really?
this is really.
What's the second workout? Probably more on.
Well, so yesterday was the pretty tough day. Today was the sand movement, and then on the turf as well. And then in the afternoon, we get a little more into maintenance and mobility.
Oh, okay. Yep. Maintenance and mobility, a little prehab stuff and all that kind of stuff. All right.
Yeah.
'Tis the life.
It's not always cardio and big weights. You know, there's so many things like flexibility and making sure that different joints and specific muscles, you know, are strong. Like you always think like, oh, I need to get my legs stronger and all that, but you actually have to think about it's your hip flexors and you know, there's different things that you really have to focus on.
You're a yoga girl as well?
I love yoga.
Yeah, right. That's become a big part of a lot of folks' routine, right?
Yeah.
That stretching piece, yoga, Pilates, all those different things.
Yeah.
You a foam roller?
It's not my favorite.
Okay.
I know that I should do it more, but it's not my favorite.
It's like flossing. Dentist, you floss?
floss.
Not as much as you'd like, but
I do floss, but for me it's almost mundane. I'm like, all right, how many times can I just roll on this spot?
and it brings pain.
Yeah.
I mean, it does. It's an uncomfortable, but you have to almost recognize in that process that there is good being done, breaking down the.
Yeah.
What is it? The fascia there, oftentimes.
Yeah. Yeah, I typically will say no to massages just because I know it's a catch-22 because I know they'll make me feel better, but there's it's painful while I'm going through it.
And you bruise easy.
Yeah, Peach, thanks to you. We know that. I have a bruise on my shoulder, so thanks so much for leaving your mark, Paul.
My pleasure. Had an excited moment in the booth the other day and kind of gave Irene a little shot in the arm. Maybe got a little bit overzealous.
Yeah.
Apologized profusely over the course of the last several days.
Yeah. Well, the bruise is still there, so the apologies got to keep coming.
Yeah, the last day I can only deliver here on the last day. I'm sorry. 40-30 to Groot, another chance to break or go to deuce. Take your choice.
Is it even something we need to discuss there?
No, it's not going to. Look at that little different approach.
Oh.
Didn't go with the driving return there. Threw one up, disrupted rhythm. Smart play by the Groot.
Smart play.
Absolutely. 5-2 now in charge.
It's a great shot of that little, you can see on that bench there. I mean, that's just an awesome little detail right there. The USTA National Campus with the logo, and it's little things like that make this place really fun to come out, and aesthetically it's very pleasing, I think.
I agree. I think with the amount of shots that we've had of the campus and everything like that, I don't know that anybody would argue with how beautiful it is around here.
Yeah.
I love when they went to the flaming tennis ball some years ago, created that logo. It really is kind of a cool, dynamic look that they were able to capture. Oftentimes they throw a red flame behind that yellow ball. It really jumps. Looks good as a logo.
In our player development courts, I came back from a tournament, and all of a sudden they had USA on the court. Something that wasn't there before. And I mean, it's just little details like that. It means a lot to the players.
Got to keep your players happy.
Yeah.
Motivated. Little things, like you said, little details.
It's all about the details.
All right, the details are we're in the first set of the women's final. We've seen some phenomenal action here today. NEC Singles Masters Championship Day. Dita de Groot to serve for the first set. World number 1 versus world number 2. De Groot 1, Comigi 2. De Groot, who already has a doubles title in her tennis bag. Partner Aniek van Koot wrapped that one up rather convincingly yesterday. Now going for double-double.
Like I said yesterday, I mean, that's pretty darn good. That's a good week right there.
Oof.
When you're getting the title, you have one title under your belt, and you're pretty much a set and change away from another one.
And if de Groot can indeed close this set out and ultimately close this match out, she will be a back-to-back-to-back NEC singles doubles champ, singles champion, NEC singles title holder. She's won the last 2 years.
I was waiting for a pun there. Indeeda.
Indeeda. Look at you. I like that one.
Yeah.
Indeeda we trust.
Yeah.
Tiny bit relaxed there on that forehand, but gives Comigi, again, the luxury I think that de Groot has. So what? Don't get the hold. He didn't hold the last game.
Yep.
Maybe doesn't hold this game. Still command 5-3 lead, and knowing she can swing out on the returns. Never really, I think, overly pressured on the Comigi service games. Just comfortable. So that's a luxury she has.
Yeah, I think it's important for Comigi to get this game here.
In the history of this event, here's a tidbit for you. You'll like this one.
Let's hear it.
So, dating back to 1994, probably years before you were even born.
Sure, we'll go with that. Nice shot there.
So, since 1994, here's my question. I'm going to throw this out. How many women, okay, and as you are a woman and an expert in all things women, how many women from a country other than the Netherlands have won this event?
In how many years?
Since 1994. So it's at 25 years.
1. Is it? No, that's just a guess.
It's an incredible guess.
Is it right?
It's correct.
Sweet.
Yui Comigi, the only non-Dutch woman to ever have won this event. Is that just not phenomenal or what?
I think it's phenomenal that I called that.
I think it is too. I'm like, I don't know. Is there like...
You did just say you called me an expert, so you kind of set me up there.
I didn't know you were that dialed in. And back to deuce. But yeah, it was Yui Comigi that won this event in 2013. Prior to that, it's been all Dutch all the time. Really impressive. And I had mentioned in the prior broadcast that it's Esther Vergeerly, the Dutch legend, that won this thing 14 years in a row.
That's pretty good.
It's a pretty good run.
That's a pretty good run.
Decade and a half.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh. De Groot with all those options.
Indecision. When you have so many options, it's so easy to be like, okay, I'm going to do this. Oh, wait, no, let's do this. You have to stick with the first thing you think
Honestly,
of.
it's like taking the SATs, right?
Yeah. I'd still screw that up anyway. But in tennis, I mean, you just have to go. That first initial instinct, boom, and there it is.
That was a down-the-line forehand to answer that question. That should have been a down-the-line forehand.
Yeah.
Just hammer that thing.
Yep.
No answer. Back to deuce.
Great serve.
Yeah, great return.
Oh. Too good.
Yeah, too good is right.
Yep. That shot's also really hard to hit. I mean, you have the sun just right in your eye as she's trying to get that one.
You know, it's been David Wagner who's more or less dominated the event historically. Obviously, the Dutch women And in the men's side, it's really been an interesting smattering of great champions over the years. A lot of big-time names, but nobody that has dominated the event like on the quad side or the women's side.
Wow. There we see just getting into that lull of that moonball. And I know DeGroot's like, all right, I need to flatten this out. I think Comigi would rather stay in those almost moonball exchanges, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it's certainly really the foundation of her game.
Little mistiming there. Set point. What are you calling?
Serve to the forehand.
Okay.
And that's about all I got. We'll see how it plays out from here. There you go. Couldn't come up with it. Just was at a loss for the words, but now it's deuce. I got that much.
Yeah.
Just looking over, I'm continuing to kind of be a little bit amazed at looking over the list of the past champions here of the NEC Singles Masters. Just some of the names in the sports who are some iconic figures.
Got any trivia for us?
Trivia. Well, I'll go with this. What country has produced the most male champions?
Male champion?
Correct. We know that the Dutch have dominated the women's. We know that the U.S. has dominated the quads, and that's just two singular individuals that have mostly dominated those. But what country has produced the most male champions?
There it is.
I'm guarding this with my hand here to not allow you to see. First set, Dita de Groot on the changeover here as Arena tries to battle through this trivia.
Let's go with England.
England, that's a great guess, but I don't believe there's any British gentleman that has ever won. Oh, no, my bad. Alfie Hewitt won it in 2017, so only one British gentleman to have won this event. Want to go a second time here? I mean, again, this is putting you up against it, that's for sure.
Okay. Goodness. Should I say Spain next?
No Spaniard, so we're just gonna give it to you. Yeah, that's a tough one.
Should have just stayed with my first expert call of having just one other
country
the other
having
question.
won it.
Yeah.
Right. Is it once again the Dutch with Robin Amerlan being the dominant force there, having won this event 6 times in his career. But it has it's been 10 years now since a Dutch man won this event. So
you worded it to where it sounded as if the Dutch had no chance in that one. You were like, we know that the Dutch are in the women, but okay, all right.
I try to throw you off a little bit. I can't
well,
just teeing up softballs.
Well done.
Here. You're too good. Much like Dita de Groot has been too good here in the opening set.
Yeah.
6-2. It was that one massive game at 3-1 that really did vault her to the finish line here in the first set. Action kind of quiet around campus right now on a Tuesday. Kind of feels odd to be finishing up a tournament on a Tuesday, doesn't it? Typically it's...
It does. I've never seen that before.
Yeah, running an event from Tuesday to Tuesday, a little bit different, but with the scheduling here and all the events that are hosted here at the national campus, I think that was probably where it was able to fall into the calendar. Oftentimes weekends we had a massive 700 person national championship event here the previous weekend.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice job there by Comigi. All right, I think I'm mostly done with the trivia for today. That was a nice little look through to
1-1 there.
Yeah, 1-1. That's pretty good for somebody who's just coming into the sport.
That's too good. Man. Chose her spot, committed to it.
Trust and commitment, that's something I think I like to use with the players that I'm coaching sometimes. Hey, listen, you've put the work in, your strokes are good, technically strong, and we see that as an example with both of these players. So trust, getting big moments, trust that, right? Trust your technique is proper and in place and won't falter under duress, and then just stay committed, right? Trust and commitment.
I agree.
Kind of a simple.
Nice shot.
All these things that we throw at our players as coaches are always, of course, easier said than done. Again, from our seats, we're able to calmly sit back and analyze and read things, and it's you players who are under the stressful moments, and we can't totally understand or know what you're feeling in the moments. Is it physical? Is it mental? Is it emotional? All the different factors that could be going into as to why you're a little off.
Yeah.
And we just have to try to have the pulse of our players, which is why it's important to have those good relationships in place. So I could look at your player and just kind of have a sense or know, right?
Nice
I think the best player-coach relationships have that.
And speaking of that, it's so much easier from where we're, sitting, and we always joke that we've never lost a point from our spot. But that's why it's so important to do video analysis. And I know that a few coaches, they'll literally analyze practices, they'll analyze matches, and it's so effective because there are things that as players you forget. You forget moments where you're like, oh yeah, I was feeling this way. You don't necessarily talk about it post-match or anything like that, but once you see it on the court, you see it in video, you're like, hey, I remember that moment exactly. I know what I was thinking. Yeah. That's where the real breakthroughs can come, I think, right?
Yeah. And oftentimes I think there's players through analysis also that are like, no, I don't do that, or I think I'm doing this, and again, it's a self-perception or self-awareness that it's difficult to have. You're not exactly looking in a mirror. We're sitting here looking at it visually, taking it in, and having a pretty good picture.
Right.
Oftentimes you have a misperception of what it is you're doing.
Well, the perception right now is that the Groot is really just hammering it down right now.
Yeah, it's not often you see a kind of dejected Comigi. I mean, again, phenomenal record over the course of this year, but it's the Groot who continues to be her nemesis and just making it just too tough for her to get on top, much like we saw in the first set. Dita not allowing Comigi to be the leader. Gonna continue to set the pace.
To be honest, I did have a feeling that Comigi came out strong in that first game, but the Groot was, she put her hand out. I'm not gonna let you get any past me.
Talk to the hand, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it goes back to that 3-1 game, and Comigi not being able to break through probably had to have had 10 add points in that deuce game, and not one conversion, and that's just gotta wear you down.
Yeah.
And as mentally strong as she typically and historically is, eventually everybody has a breaking point.
Yeah. And that's such a great shot.
Yeah.
And that's such an important comment too. I mean, people think, hey, you have a whole match, how can one game affect you? And I mean, that game was it lasted a long time, and knowing that you had so many opportunities and couldn't convert, it'll wear you down.
Yeah, it wears you down in all the departments that we've kind of talked about. Physically, you're just tired. Mentally, you're just really worn out. And then how does it affect you emotionally after that, right?
Yep.
Those are the three biggies right there, and it's probably hitting you hard on all of them. But Comigi here, 30-15, chance to get it to 1-all. Again, really absolutely critical now, everything, for her to just keep this thing in check a little bit.
Applying the pressure. Good serve, good serve.
Every time Comigi gets a little light, you know, shine on her, like, hey, here we go, maybe a breakthrough moment. Groot up to the task, closes the door, window shut, all the above. Fill in the blank on any term you want to use.
Yeah. Do you think that we might see Comigi throw in those moonballers, if you will, a little bit more, or do you think she should even be more aggressive? What would you be telling her if you're coaching her right now?
Yeah, I think it's you got to do something early here. I think you really need to do something early in this set and stick to it to see if it can pay off some dividends while you've got some time, and then get a sense of it. Now, do you have to stay with that necessarily? She got a game here, 1-1, but I think you go with one strategy, see if it works, see if it disrupts, and know that maybe if I need to come back at this later, if I keep this thing alive, I'm going to come back to that.
Yeah.
But I think, you know, Dita would fully be capable of making whatever adjustment if you stuck to one game plan. Can't stick to one. Dita will adjust to counter move. So test the waters, see what works, and then come back to it at big points.
I also think, I mean, she has to maintain that positive attitude. You know, we saw a little bit of deflation, a little bit of, you know, just down, but she has to just maintain that positive attitude out there. Yeah, Comigi's just laughing at that one. She knows that she has to do a little bit more on that serve. I mean, it's a sitting duck almost. You're just, all right, choose a side. Choose a side here.
And it's got to be frustrating to know that I never, or I'm not going to say never, you never want to say never, right? But I seldom just get freebies on my serve. I mean, every so often it's nice to just get that freebie. You hit the right target, it's big enough, and it can do damage. Ultimately, it's rare that that's the case for her. It's a heavy load.
It's a big ask.
Yeah, right.
One thing that I remember just working on with my coach, there would be times where I go out and just, you know, have a really good first set and then relax just a tiny bit. And that is the one thing that I know that, you know, Dita's coach is probably thinking, hey, don't let her in.
No,
I know it's 1-all 30-15, but you cannot let her in.
It just needs to be the way you go about your business. You know, it can't even be specific to one player. It's just got to be, you recognize, first set done, back to work. No set, what I used to call second set blues, where you just kind of like, oh, you know, okay, I got one in. No.
Yep.
Best players don't do that.
Nice shot. Nice shot.
Yep, pretty smooth through that forehand there. And here it is now, again, on that ad side where the lefty would typically have that great advantage, right?
Yep.
And it's another chance for Comigi to finally get ahead here. We'll see if she can produce. And there we go.
Yeah. The Groot a little bit on herself, you know, just talking to herself, hey, let's not let her in. Let's go this point.
Yeah, boy, she has had the answer on so many of those.
Yeah.
And again, back to the lefty-righty matchup, which typically heavily favors the lefty on the ad side. Not the case. There's that high return throwing off the rhythm of Comigi. Yep, done that a number of times now, and it's really been productive.
Man.
Looking to close the door right here.
Yeah. It's a good shot. Coming up with the clips there.
How is it possible that she's able to get it back to deuce, but just not able to get it when she needs it?
Yeah.
To get the game.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the Groot, you know, she had an opportunity for maybe a better return there, but just hit it right to Comigi's strike zone.
And like that, in an instant, it's de Groot again with a chance to take this game, keep the lead.
She's ready to go, ready to pounce. Oh, that's a tough ask.
De Groot guessed a little bit right there again.
Yep.
Komiji came with the cross court. Dita sitting there, able to get one back. No time for Komiji, and just like that, 2-1 on the changeover. De Groot still in command. Komiji yet to break through.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see her shadowing that forehand. She's like, man, I should have done more with that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think her windows stay more narrow than Dita's. I mean, I think when there's an opportunity, she has got to bust through almost like each and every time, whereas Dita, I think, just has a little bit more luxury of, yeah, I missed an opportunity there, but I'll get another one, or I'll get some more. I don't think Yui's getting as many opportunities, so when she gets one, it's like you've got to produce every time. Yeah. And that's again, you've used the term, that's a big ask.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, with de Groot just serving so well, I mean, it's a big one for Komiji. I mean, if I were coaching her, the one thing I would probably say is maybe hit a little bit more slice on that ad serve, just to give her a different look, because I mean, it's just sitting up for de Groot to just pretty much choose a spot and just be like, all right, big return here. Yeah,
it's almost like you either gotta flatten that thing out and look to go a little more straight line, or really sauce it up. I mean, really get chunky. Almost needs to be a worse serve, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that she's lefty, I mean, the sauce should come naturally.
Yeah.
Should be included. Change up there. Yeah, that's just too good.
There it is.
That's dirty little angle shot there off forehand. It's one of my favorite shots to hit. Just letting you know that.
Okay. All right. I'll be on the lookout for that one.
Yep.
Hey, by the way, you've I mean, I'm aware of you as a player, but other than you being an American player, you know, no great reason to follow you as a player. That, you know, but now there is. Now I'm excited. Now I've got like somebody to really dig in and root for. So just so you know, you've got one more. You've got another fan.
You weren't rooting for me before, Paul?
I'm always rooting for the American players. It's my nature, and you know.
I appreciate it.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
now it's personal.
Yeah, now it's personal.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, it's been really fun working with you. So.
It doesn't even really feel like work that much. Kind of just a couple of people who love the sport, just chatting.
It's just great tennis.
It is.
It's just great tennis.
There's a great shot by Komiji, but de Groot able to defend. Oh my goodness, off a defensive position, able to do that. And there again, a reference to her strength, right?
Yep.
Most players just kind of maybe dump that ball back, leave it short. Komiji gets back on the attack, and that strength just able to penetrate the court more with that shot. There's the big neutral ball.
Yep.
Just a bit long.
Still a great shot, though.
The right shot.
Yep. Coach always says, you know, execution errors are okay, as long as you're doing the right thing.
Hand clap by de Groot there, acknowledging the Komiji angle.
Great return. That's what I think. I mean, I would want to see a little bit more of that too. Just maybe take some cuts on a few serves.
Yeah, the risk factor has got to increase for Komiji. I mean, you can't just keep it at even. Even is not good enough anymore.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, de Groot just does so well. She just holds on to that ball as long as possible and then chooses a side and sticks with it.
Concept of holding the ball on your racket, is that something you consciously work on as a player, or over the course of your development? Is that something coaches ask you to be conscious of, or is it just a term that we use to visualize what it looks like?
Honestly, if
Yeah.
I'm being completely honest,
Appreciate
I don't
that.
think that you teach that.
Yeah, okay.
I think there's a certain maybe technical thing that you can maybe have, but I mean, there's some players that you just see that they just hold, and as an opponent, you're like, I have absolutely no idea where this ball is going, and that is the
Beautiful
worst
ball there
feeling
by
in the world.
Comigi. Yeah, right. Yeah, to be left just like,
Yeah.
watch this backhand right here. Point gets set up right here, coming up. Comigi in the middle of the court. Now watch this.
Yeah.
Boom, into
Yeah.
the service back, angled. Beautiful. Now
Back
2-all.
behind her.
Really yet to break through on her service games. Here it is again.
There's a certain comfort knowing that you will have opportunities returning to break.
It's a luxury. I think
Yeah.
it's a luxury that
Absolutely.
kind of that the Groot has, certainly more than Comigi.
Yeah.
Talk about comfort a lot. And pressure, right? Comfort, pressure. I mean, Comigi to me just seems to be the one that's always under pressure, knowing maybe I can't get the easy holds, and when a player with Dita's skills is not pressured as much and is comfortable, that's just a luxury position in this sport. That makes all the difference.
Yeah. When you already don't have a huge serve, and I mean when you're getting that coming at you every single shot, I mean it's tough. Yeah, that's a great shot. I mean, you can just tell Comigi was already leaning to her certain side, and Groot just held on to that. I know I use that a lot, but it's so true.
Wait. Yep. The timing of when you strike the ball, it can change from up above your head to down into your shoulders to maybe down a little bit below, right? And then you have that timing, and you know if I take it early, what to do, and if I hold and wait, let it drop, and there. Meanwhile, now you see their commitment. Then now it's trigger pulling time.
And I mean, you also have to talk about the fact with having two bounces, you can sometimes. I'm going to purposely wait for that second bounce.
Absolutely.
Like here. Oh.
Need to dictate from the baseline right here.
Yeah. Nice. Oh.
And there's the break once again. It's just, that's the theme here. Comigi's inability to break through on her serve, and it's de Groot's ability to break Comigi's serve.
Yeah.
So.
6-2, 3-2. All right.
Yep, that's it.
I'm sure that de Groot's kind of telling herself, I know that, hey, I got broken last time, but hey, let's get to that 4-2. Let's get that 4-2.
Just to give you an idea how good these two have been this year, Dita currently on a 43-4 run for this year. Her record in matches this year, 43-4, and then just to give you again an idea with Comigi, 53-8.
My goodness.
I mean, so as I mentioned about how these two have really kind of separated themselves from the pack. I mean, that's just so two remarkable records on the year.
Yeah. And I mean, once again, Kamiji's not playing bad.
No, not at all. And again,
Groot's just doing everything that's not allowing Kamiji to play her game. Great serve there. Heavy. Oh. Wow, what a get.
Kamiji's only lost to 2 players on the tour this year. Dita and NEC Van Koot, the number 3 player in the world. So again, back to who she worries about. I think
The Dutch.
this one right here, and
Dutch
NEC,
girls.
she's kind of back and forth. Really has a better record against NEC than NEC does against her, but that's it. Other than those 2, she'd be right there at the top of the heap. Quick again. This is the example. Look at this, 40 love on a de Groot serve here.
Yeah. I think she heard me, Paul.
No, everybody hears you eventually. You know, you're just
Yeah.
powerful of a voice.
I mean, just at this level, I mean, you want to get that 4-2, knowing that, hey, I want to get off this court as quick as possible.
You know, and from the beginning of that point there, it's another great example. Big serve up the middle sets the tone for how that point gets played out, and it's a free ball, an easy return that de Groot's able to take control of the point from start to finish.
Yeah.
And all because she's got the bigger serve, forces the easy return, and sets the tone for the remainder of the point.
Yeah.
And Kamiji without that luxury. 4-2 now. And looking at a you know, yet to hold. I mean, yet to hold. I'd have to look back, but I think yet to hold, right?
I think so.
I think so. I think she hasn't. I
Yeah.
think it's just been.
That's just too good.
Yeah. I mean, that's it. And she knows it. Of course, she's like, here I am, deep into the second set. I have yet to hold serve.
Yeah.
Wear on your confidence.
Just, I mean, de Groot's just varying her return up so well. I mean, you have the high ball that she'll go
Every now and again.
Yeah, and then sometimes she'll flatten it out. She'll take it early. I mean, just has Kamiji guessing. She has absolutely no idea where. And
It's a sick feeling.
yeah. There's no worse feeling, I think, as a tennis player, just to feel like you can't do anything and nothing is working for you.
Can't control or kind of create an outcome that gives me some certainty.
Yeah. I remember playing Elisa Klebonova, I want to say about 8 years ago at the Australian Open. She had just won a big tournament the week before, and I qualified into my first Australian Open feeling pretty darn good about myself. And I drew her first round, and she was, I think, on like a 10-match win streak. And might have been a 45-minute match. It was a lesson. I was like, all right, how much do I owe you for that? Thanks very much. Yeah, there's just sometimes where you're just like, all right, that's too good. Let's go get some beers and get on out of here.
Where was she from?
Klebonova. I want to say
Eastern
Russian.
Europe.
Yeah, Russian.
Or Russian, yeah.
Yeah, she's former player.
And 2 points now again for Groot going with the high return.
Yeah.
2 points now again to break once more to continue the streak. And there it is. And now Dita de Groot to serve for the set in the match and her third NEC singles title in a row.
Yeah. She's fired up.
She's looked strong from the start.
Yeah.
And no let up in sight, to be honest with you. Didi de Groot looking to add her name to the long list of Dutch ladies that have dominated this event over the years. UNIQLO being the only non-Dutch girl to break through and win this title one time. But de Groot poised at 5-2 to shut the door and seal up her third straight NEC singles title. You know, Comigi, you'd say, you know, is obviously not going to go away without a fight. You know, so she's good news, bad news scenario is, hey, get the break, get the 5-3. Yeah. Bad news, you're serving again. Yeah, that's
between a rock and a hard place, right?
But it's the only option, so you got to do what you got to do here.
Yeah.
And but you don't know if ultimately her spirit has been finally broken here and recognizing what is inevitably probably her fate for today.
And that's the tough part. I mean, you're looking at the score probably thinking, hey, 6-2, 5-2, you know, it's a beatdown. But Comigi's just so darn good. De Groot is just a little better today. That's all it is.
And has kind of established herself as just a little bit better of a player. Yeah. Hey, there's a reason why somebody's 1 and somebody's 2.
Exactly.
And we're seeing it today.
Yeah.
Two loose points there. Dida kind of shaking her head saying, all right, come on now.
Yeah.
I know. How much confidence could Comigi get if she breaks and then gets her first hold? I mean, who knows, right? All of a sudden. I mean, again, these are scenarios that are realistic, but maybe a little bit long-shotted, but...
Yeah. You know, we always talk about how players can play when they're down, so... It's not over till the fat lady sings. Too good. Yeah, you hear that come on. She's on herself. She's not wanting to let Comigi in on anything. Yeah. First match point here. Just a little bit too much there.
Comigi defending on the one big ball from de Groot there, fighting it off.
Yeah. That's what happens when you have too much power. Oh, wow. What a return there.
Not quite yet, says Comigi.
Yep.
All credit to her.
Watch, Groot's just going to hold it, choose a side. Oh.
Chose middle.
Oh.
Comigi now.
Did not see that one coming.
Points alive.
Yeah. What a point. What a point.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. That's awesome. Match point down. Now we're 5-3.
Yep. Here it is, Comigi, the good news, bad news scenario we talked about. Hey, you just had an incredible break.
I mean,
amazing point, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Maybe one of the points of the match.
Yeah. That was
And
a big shot there. This is where we thought that, hey,
Yeah.
Groot was going to take it here, and then she almost went right back at her.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe she was expecting, sometimes you expect your opponent to guess, right? And so
Yep.
sometimes the middle shot can work for you
Yeah.
when they dive left or right, and
Yeah.
Comigi holding her ground.
Yeah.
We'll stay with this great replay here.
Yeah.
Resume action just in a second. Worth looking at this one again.
She flattened it out just a tiny bit.
Yeah,
Get
right
this
here.
shot
Comes
right
in
here.
early.
Way
Beautiful
to get that
finish. Back to live action right here. Comigi serving at 15-love.
Are we feeling that shift? Are we feeling it, Paul?
I'm not willing to call it yet. I mean, it was, like we said, it's what she needed to do, had to do.
Yeah.
Only option.
Great shot. Wow.
Hey, obviously didn't get to be world #1 for nothing.
I
mean,
was just
you know.
going to say, is she a former top player
Oh yeah,
or
former
what?
world #1. Yeah, no, still top player,
Yeah.
obviously. Really best in the game there. Slightly just half a notch down from the Groot. But, wow. And just like that, it's 40 love. Chance to hold it love. And again, we talked. Only option was to get a break, and then, okay, yeah, you're serving, haven't held yet today. And what could this do for her if she all of a sudden does get a hold?
This is where Groot's got to be telling herself, hey, it's okay. I'm still a set and 5-4 up.
Oh, absolutely.
Let's take care of my serve. Be aggressive here. Play to win.
Play to win. You're right. That is the right call.
There.
As
There
that
it is.
backhand
Yeah.
down the line is making a living on that one.
In case anybody was wondering, there are no more M&Ms that I see
No.
on Paul's side.
I had a moment there where I broke through, finally couldn't take it anymore. 2 points now gone. Yeah, I think if she, honestly, I fear if she does not take care of it right here, right now, on this point, not let it get to deuce. What a demoralizing, I think, demoralizing thing it will be if this goes back to deuce.
Yep. Gotta be aggressive here with the return.
And maybe Comigi extremely aware, right?
Yeah.
I had 40 love, finally an easy service game, possibly. Now I'm having to hit a second serve. It's a look.
Defending now.
No.
Oh, man. She had that.
2 looks at it, 2 forehands that I thought she was able to control and command. And you gotta say at some point when I get 1 look, I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take a rip at it. I mean, I can't afford to just rally or give her a chance to get aggressive. I get 1 look, I can handle it. I'm going.
Right. Credit to Groot to getting it to deuce. I mean, 4-5, very different story than.
Yeah,
than
I just really feel like that might have been the missed opportunity there for Comigi to get the break or get the hold, but the attempted lob.
Yep. Great shot. Way to come up with the goods.
We've been here before.
Turn winner, yeah. I mean, just took it early. Bob chose her spot.
Mixed it up.
Comigi was going there too.
Yeah, but going with some bit of hesitation, I think. Whereas because so many backhands have come down that line, no way she can commit to it. And now it's another match point for de Groot.
Yeah.
And just how quickly, just moments ago, it was Comigi 40 love, and wow, here we go. Maybe a first hold, and really dynamic, interesting.
Yeah.
Point of the match, and now it's de Groot. Oh boy.
Wow.
There it is, sticking to the shot that got her here. The backhand return down the line. And it is indeed a straight set victory by world number 1, Dida de Groot, for her 3rd consecutive NEC singles women's title, 6-2, 6-3. Phenomenal job by her. Undefeated run through the tournament.
Wow. What a tournament.
Big
what a
smile.
show of tennis right there.
Double for her.
She's got to be feeling pretty good. Coming in here and just, hey, playing singles, playing doubles, picking up the titles on both.
Oof.
It's a good week.
That's a great week. Yep, and that's what makes her world number 1. It's an outstanding job by her. It's a very dejected, of course, Yui Comigi, who, again, I think you pointed it out very well. Did not play poorly by any means, but just too much de Groot today.
Yeah, look at that.
We've seen that.
Everybody's happy about that. That's awesome.
Smiles and kisses. I never know how many cheeks to do.
It's
3
in
how,
Netherlands,
and then I always forget which countries are 2, which are 3.
Yeah.
Clearly in the
That's
Dutch
great.
culture, 3 is the right answer. And it's 3 times champion. Dida de Groot, kiss for each championship.
There you go.
And of course, as has been customary, we'll have a wonderful presentation and ceremony here on center court, and then we'll follow that up. We expect to follow that up with an interview with Dida de Groot, get some thoughts on her 3rd NEC singles title. So we'll turn things over to center court. Rob Gordon from the USTA will handle those ceremonies that he has over the course of the last 2 days, and we'll resume back with a interview with Dida de Groot a little bit later. So stay with us if you'd like to hear a few words from Dida, but certainly stay tuned for that ceremony coming forth on center court.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now get started with the prize-giving ceremony for the NEC Wheelchair Singles Masters Women's Final. And please, let's have a round of applause for our fabulous ball crew. now introduce on court our special guests who will be presenting our finalists with their just rewards. Here with us today we have Mr. Masahiro Ikeno, President and CEO, NEC Corporation of America. Mr. Kurt Bender, International Tennis Federation Wheelchair Tennis Committee member. And Mrs. Joanne Wallen, USTA Director of Adult Competition and NEC Wheelchair Masters Tournament Director. And now, for the players, please put your hands together for our runner-up, Yui Kamiji. For the runner-up, Mr. Kurt Bender will present our runner-up with her medal, Yui Kamiji. Mr. Masahiro Ikeno will now present the runner-up trophy. And Yui, fantastic week, a really hard-fought match. Do you have any words you want to share with us?
Thank you to coming to watch us today, and I tried many things for this tournament and for this match, but it's not enough, so I just try hard and I just try more, and I'd like to thank the NEC top sponsor of this tournament, and thank you for organizing volunteers, ball kids, and such a great venue. Thank you very much. And I also want to say thank you to my coach, my trainer, and my nutritionist is here for this year. So this week was very difficult for me because I had not good condition early this week, but I'm very happy to still in the final. So I hope to see you next year as well. Thank you.
Yui Kamiji, ladies and gentlemen. And finally, please welcome back on court our very own 2019 NEC Wheelchair Singles Masters Women's Champion, Dita de Groot. And for our champion, Mr. Kurt Bender will present the medal to the winner, Dita de Groot. Mrs. Joanne Wallen has the winner's trophy, which our champion can keep and cherish. Mr. Masahiro Ikeno will now present the NEC Wheelchair Singles Masters Perpetual Trophy. Dita de Groot, what a week. Third, three-peat, you got the hat trick. How do you feel?
I feel very good. It's been a very good week for me. I really enjoyed being out here. Well done to you and your team for making the final again. Well done to the UCA and the ITF for organizing this tournament over here in Orlando. It is really nice to be here. The sun came out, the courts are nice. Actually, I went very early every morning to the lake, hoping to find an alligator, and this morning I saw one. I actually thought the signs were fake, but I actually saw one this morning, and I'm really happy about it because I like animals. So thank you for organizing. I really enjoy being here. Thank you for NEC and UNIQLO joining your forces. It's a really good event to join. Thank you to sponsors, my own sponsors, coaches, and everyone who came out here to watch. And I'll see you back next year.
Thank you, Rita. And ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up our 2019 NEC UNIQLO Wheelchair Tennis Masters. One last round of applause for our 2019 finalists and our reigning champion, Dita de Groot. Thank you, NEC. Thank you, UNIQLO. And thank all of you who came out today to support this event. Thank you, and we'll see you in 2020.
You can see the two champions right there, the actual champion Dita de Groot, runner-up Hewitt, who's still in all eyes as a champion as well. And that is the end of the NEC Singles Masters here, 2019. It's de Groot coming through for the third time in a row. The Dutch champion once again on top of the world, world number 1, defeating world number 2. An outstanding performance by her. It's been an amazing day of tennis here. It's been an amazing week of coverage from NEC Singles and the UNIQLO Doubles Masters. It's just really the best tennis in the world. What more can you say? So for all of you who have listened, for all of those who have continued to stay with us just a little bit longer, because you're going to want to hear from our champion, who's going to join us for an interview momentarily. So hang in there. If you want to hear from Dita, I would encourage you. I'm sure she's got some great things to say. So stay with us. We will come up and finish the program with an interview with our champion, Dita de Groot. All right, for the last time today, we are welcoming in our NEC Singles champion, Dita de Groot. Third time's a charm for you again, because you are now a 3-time repeat champion here at the NEC Singles Masters. Congratulations. Thanks. What does it feel like to be a 3-time champion, as if 2 wasn't enough?
Very good, very good. This is what I came here for, and I did it. So yeah, that's all that matters.
Okay, so check the mark. Goal set, goal achieved, right? And I know you're probably a little bit of a goal-oriented person, so yeah. But listen, it was fairly decisive. 2 sets, kind of in your favor from the get-go. But there was some battles out there. I mean, the one game at 3-1 in the first set was, I think we counted roughly probably 20 deuces. To me and to Arena, who was also calling the match, that seemed to be where it all changed. And everything from that point on, there was nothing much Yui could do to break through you. Did you have a sense of that game at that point and how big that was?
Yeah, I definitely felt the pressure on actually getting that game. So I think both of us felt that. So
clearly, I would think so.
I was a bit nervous sometimes, and sometimes there were good points. So yeah, it was definitely, it went all sides. But yeah, the score, like 6-2, 6-3, that's not actually how it felt. It was much tougher than that. So yeah, well done to Yui for making it very, very hard for me.
Agreed. We saw that kind of same scenario play out in our other championships here with the quads and the men's. It was the leaders, in other words, whoever set the pace and made the other opponent chase, and that played out with David making Niels chase all day, with Joachim making Alfie chase all day, and then you never allowing Yui to get on top, not once. And so that is the mark of a champion. So all credit to you for really just honing in on saying, no, I will be the leader here and I will set the pace. So is that something you come out typically wanting to do? I would think you want to dictate play always, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. That is what I want, and that's what makes me feel very confident, and that's important for a match.
Yeah, and we talked, I think, in one of the other interviews about confidence and how that can come and go sometimes. But I'll tell you, from start to finish, I really never sensed that you did not look confident today. So, again, in the biggest moment, and just to give you credit here, in the biggest moment, no lack of confidence, or seemingly no lack of confidence today. I get it, every now and again there's little blips, but that's tennis, right? Yeah. But for us watching a couple other matches this week, yeah, you looked a little bit shaky in moments. But for this final here, when it mattered most, never once did you look like you were doubting yourself.
Yeah, I knew that whenever I was going to doubt myself, that it wasn't going to go as well as how I wanted it to go. So I knew that I just had to stay on top.
Okay. And is there a specific game plan? We talked about how many times you and Yui have played each other, the familiarity you both have with each other's games. Was there a specific game plan today that you really looked to execute? I want to hone in on fill in the blank. Was there?
Yeah, I think the last few matches I've played against her, I wasn't very good on the returning games. And I think playing against Yui, that's something that's very important, because your own service game, she's so good at returning that the pressure's on. So I wanted to actually create the same thing where in her service games I was on top. I was able to hit that return in whatever corner I wanted, and I think for most of the points that I did that very well.
Yeah, I would say so. I will tell you from my vantage point, if you're telling me that was the game plan, perfectly executed, because from the get-go she was under pressure on her service games, only ultimately was able to get one, I think, one hold, and yeah, and then you just kind of shut the door, and that's a tough position for her to be in, constantly chasing, knowing that every time she had a service game, there was no answer, because your return game was so spot on. So if that was the game plan, well executed. So now it's all about rest and relaxation for a little while, for a smidge. What's the deal going forward now?
For a little while, yes. Yeah. I'm laying by the pool tomorrow morning before I head off home, where it's going to be cold.
Yeah.
But then I know we're in the area of Disney,
right?
But I'm actually going to Paris for Disney, so I'm looking forward to that.
Okay, all right, great. Well, listen, Dita, it's been fun watching you perform out here throughout the week, undefeated through both singles and the doubles. What a remarkable run for you, and of course for your partner NEC as well. But thank you for that treat out there, watching the world #1 perform at her highest. And so we want to congratulate you for your 3rd title. And so world #1, you'll stay for at least a long while. You got a good separation there. You're going to be year-end #1. one. That always feels good. That means you get another trip to Paris for the year-end dinner, and that's kind of a nice event to attend, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is this be your second or third time?
Second.
Second.
Yeah.
All right.
This
So
year was my first.
you're going to step in with the big dogs right there, aren't you? All right. So Dita, thanks for spending some time with us. You've been great to come up with and spend time with us on the interviews after every match. It's a joy to talk with you. It's always a joy, as I mentioned, to see you smiling like that. And so we're going to finish up this interview. We're going to recap the entire event. We'll say goodbye to you. Any hellos you want to say to anybody back home in native? Yeah. What about in Dutch? How about that?
Hello.
Yeah. That was a big shift.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So congratulations. Thanks, Dita. It's a great job watching you play, and a lot of fun for us up here. All right, everybody. That's Dita de Groot, world champion, 3 times Masters champion. All right. Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
All right, so we're going to wrap up here. We're going to say goodbye for the last time, and I mean it this time. You know, it's been great to be with you for 8 days. But thank you for watching our live coverage of the NEC Wheelchair Masters and UNIQLO Doubles Masters. I'm Paul Walker. I want to say a final thank you to all my partners in the booth here that have come and gone throughout the week: Arena Falcone, Mark Gelina, Joe Wallen, Cece Bellis, Bjorn Frantangelo, Mackie McDonald, Jason Harnett, Mackenzie Solden, who popped in for a moment. We leave you a look back at our champions and the sights and sounds of 8 days of great competition from Florida here. There's a look at our campus one last time. NEC Singles, UNIQLO Doubles Masters saying goodbye. Thank you very much and happy holidays.